What's the name of it?
Recording in progress.
Okay, well, good evening. Let's bring this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a special meeting of the Board of Trustees, September 30th at 2025. Clerk Flintoff, roll call, please.
Harry,
Here.
Yeaple,
Present.
Flintoff, here, Brandt,
Here.
Noel,
Here.
Reed,
Here.
Riser, absent. Also present, Township Attorney Mariah Fink and Office Coordinator Christy Akins.
You do it. Okay, well, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
God.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt the agenda? This is for this, there's just a special meeting notice, which we may go into closed session. There is no agenda. This is the agenda though. Okay. Oh, is there a motion to adopt it?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? None. Motion passes 6-0.
Riser
Okay.
arrives 6:02.
Okay, is there a declaration of conflict? All right, moving on to public comment. We have, the meeting hall is empty except for us. So is there anybody in line, Christy?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Then,
Well, let's keep moving.
okay, well, unfinished business, possible action, confer with Township Attorney regarding the Innovant Group LLC, Arbory Grove versus Township of Scio Board of Trustees. And
I'd make the model motion to move into closed session as authorized by the Michigan Open Meetings Act for the following reason. Pursuant to MCL 15.2681E to consult with Township Attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with Innovant Group LLC versus Scio Township, Washington Circuit Court Case 2024-1314-A-V, because a discussion in open session would have detrimental effect on the litigating or settlement position of the township.
roll call, please.
Harry,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brandt,
Yes.
Noel, Reed, Riser. The motion is adopted 7-0. We are now moving into closed session at 6:03 p.m. We will be moving into a small room. Come back here when we return to open session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, thank you. We are back from closed session. Is there a motion to?
I'd like to, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, go ahead.
A motion to return to open session.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, did you want to go ahead and?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the supervisor and the clerk to execute the consent judgment and related documents as approved by the township attorney.
Support.
Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Okay. And we have a public comment. This is time for the members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. And we do have one person present. Would you like to speak?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Christy, anyone online?
There are no hand raised.
All right. Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Or.
At 6:38, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Oh, wow.
Bad news,
Yeah.
because I'm not gonna miss any of the news.
Oh.
I was hoping.
That's awesome.
I was hoping to be awake for one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kevin.
I'll let you know when we have a response.
What is his cell phone number?
I reached out to the sheriff, not. I don't have, I don't have Francis number, I reached out.
I do.
Sure, Dyer.
Oh, you reached out to.
Yeah. That's a good part. Yes, other, and give all the command people's phone numbers, so.
Recording in progress.
You should talk about it.
Okay, let's bring, excuse me, let's call this meeting to order. At 7 PM, welcome to the Scio Township Board of Trustees meeting. Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll. Is this
Carrie,
present?
Yeaple,
Present.
Flintoff, present. Brandt,
Here.
Noel,
Here.
Reed,
Here.
Riser. Also present, Office Coordinator Christy Aiken and our Township Attorney Mariah Fink.
All right. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we're to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any suggested changes? Clerk Flintoff.
Yes, I would like to suggest that we change this, just small note on K-12. Change it so it's designated as possible action. And then I think Christy had a couple of suggested changes too.
Yes, I do have a few changes. K3, under consent, I would like to move that to new business, to give the human resources manager an opportunity to discuss a change in the rates after it was already on consent. That's one. K10. I am gonna pull that and bring it back to the board on October 14th. And then lastly, 02 and 03, we would like to move to consent. 02 and 03 under new business to consent. And also with respect to K3, it will move to new business, and I'm requesting that it be the first item to be heard so that our human resources manager doesn't have to wait for other items. And she can get out of here sooner. So,
All right.
and those are my changes.
Did you have any more? Well, I guess.
The K10, I'm okay taking action on that, and maybe we can move it to new business, or I know we want to have a policy that comes down the pike on that, but I think they also want to get maps going and have a contract to do that. So it'd be nice to have some clarity with respect to that parcel before that is done, although maps can certainly wait to be made with the right name, but to the extent we could take action tonight on K10, I'd be willing to do so under new business, but
Clerk Flintoff?
I would just say I've talked a lot with trustee Reed, Christy Aiken over the last several days on this. Mariah Fink has looked at it as well. And it's out of those conversations is the recommendation. Wait, I would just remind the board that we've never formally named, to my knowledge, a park or a preserve, and that has never stopped a map or a sign from being made. So I don't imagine it would slow down the necessary work that needs to be done. If that makes sense.
what? For a township that has never named a park or a preserve, we certainly seem to have a lot of them on our preserve maps.
John,
We do.
Trustee Reisinger.
what we're trying to do is formalize the process. And I attempted a resolution and it
Okay,
wasn't quite up to snuff.
cape's not big.
So, yeah,
okay,
it's,
all right.
so,
I just.
reluctantly, I said, okay,
Okay.
let's wait till next week. Or next
That's
time.
1014?
1014.
Yep, and hopefully on consent.
Correct.
Thank you.
I move to adopt the agenda as
Uh,
amended.
No, we have more.
Oh,
Yeah,
didn't
unfortunately,
realize.
there's two other small things. K12, change from discussion only to possible action, please. That was my mistake.
That's fine. I already said that.
Oh, you already said that, sorry.
And did you have another?
And then I have one more, it'll be, I guess, 05, which I'll hand out. This was the motion that the board asked trustee Riser and I to work on last Thursday. And I have it printed out here for the board and everybody. Public, I apologize, we only got it done about 4 or 5 o'clock.
And how would you like this titled?
Next steps on
Fresh?
trash.
Next steps on trash, possible action 05.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other trustees? No. Okay, I have two. I would like to, I think I forwarded, well, I definitely printed it and gave it to you, but I thought I had forwarded all of this about, this is from the road commission, but it's an agreement with the road commission, Ann Arbor Township and Scio. We have some leftover funds from our road project list, and it was a request from Ann Arbor Township. They have leftover funds, and for us to partner to use those funds for a total of 4,000 tons of 23A limestone for North Maple Road. So speaking with Adam Lape, and he's the director of operations from the road commission, and he provided us with an agreement, but this agreement does need to be tweaked. And he also sent an email stating, basically what I just said, but also that no additional funding, will be
Are we gonna
necessary.
discuss the item and put it on the agenda?
Well, that's what I'm bringing this up. So, and please, okay, I will have a third thing here. The other, so anyways, I would like to put this under, I guess, new business,
06?
sure.
And is it okay to name it the 2025 Scio Township Second Agreement?
Sure. Okay, also, I would like to pull K11, the township newsletter for discussion, please, for possible action. And I guess that would go under new business as well, or unfinished, bit, whatever.
Where would you like it?
Well, I guess new business.
Where in new business? What
Um,
order?
Oh, I guess, after the road commission?
So after 06.
Yeah,
So
it was-
following 06 will be the
K11.
K11.
Okay,
With those changes, I move the agenda.
I have one, all right, okay, but I want to say this. So after the last meeting, trash meeting, I want to remind everyone, as the supervisor, and this is by statute, that the supervisor's position is the moderator of the meeting. And regarding our rules of order, 5.2, permission to speak. Board members wishing to speak shall first obtain the approval of the chair. The chair shall not deny approval. Other persons at the meeting shall not speak unless recognized by the chair. 5.3, speaker not to be interrupted, and we're all guilty of this. When speaking, no board member shall be interrupted without the member's consent, provided, however, that the member speaking shall yield to a point of order. 5.4, limitations on speaking. Members who have once spoken on a particular matter shall not again be entitled to the floor so long as any member who has not spoken desires to speak. And this is not just for the board, it's for the public as well. 6.0, disruption of meetings. The supervisor may call to order any person who is being disorderly by speaking or otherwise disrupting the proceedings, excuse me. And this is also under statute. So I just want to remind everyone, maybe we can follow the rules that the board has adopted, and our meetings will be shorter, and everybody can have their turn when it is their turn and be respectful of other people. Thank you.
I have a question.
Wait, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nobody's looking at. I'm sorry, I'm putting things away. It's my,
Okay,
trustee.
are we gonna
or,
have it?
Trustee Noel.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have a discussion on this right now? Because I have a lot to say. in
Discussion
response
on what?
To what you just said.
I think
about
we
the
should
rules of
add
order.
it. I'd like to, I mean, we could add it or discuss it under
Well,
report.
let's add it.
Okay,
Yeah.
discuss it under reports.
What's the item, Kathy? How would you like it named and where are you requesting it be added?
We can put it at the end of reports. Discussion,
Or maybe under new business, you think, just so that our staff and others can? You want it under reports?
I think reports is fine. If we
Okay.
want to take action later, we bring it back later.
Okay,
But I think just so we can discuss.
Okay,
Tonight.
L5, under reports, discussion of rules of order.
okay. All right, yeah. Oh, there's more? I wish we had the horseshoe table. It's hard to see. Yeah, trustee Reed had his hand up.
I'll let you finish.
I was just gonna say, it's gonna take concerted effort on your part to
On
be
all of our-
scanning everybody, throughout the meeting. And just be open to, signals that people want to talk.
Yes, and I find it, and I guess we can discuss this, but I find it easier to start at one end, going
And
down
that's
to the other.
fine.
Okay, and I've
That's
tried that
fine.
before and I was told.
But then stick to it.
Okay,
Okay, go on one side down, the other side, the next, I mean, not the same, but yeah, but then stick to it. I think we should try it.
yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Okay.
And trustee Reed?
I had some questions on O1. So I know, Jessica, you wanted to pull it to consent, but I wanted to talk about O1, if I may.
There is no proposal to take O1 off of
I
new
thought-
business. There is a proposal. Would you like me to review the various amendments?
I mismarked this.
I have a note on that.
Yeah, I thought you said O1 and O2.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I said O2 Township Policy on Employee Uniforms and O3 Master Services
Okay.
Agreement and Statement of Work.
All right,
Perfect.
I withdraw.
I may have misspoken. Sorry, David.
Okay. Any, there's a hand raised on my,
Want to move the agenda as, stuff?
as amended,
Yep.
unless there's any other.
Support.
changes. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Oppose? None, motion passes 7-0. It's city, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Let's see, E, declaration of conflict. None, moving on. F, correspondence is received. Thank you, Clerk Flintoff, for the correspondences.
I have a question.
Trustee Brandt,
There's a letter from Kelly Anderson, requesting feedback on herbicide spraying on Park Road east of Zeeb. Has anyone taken action on this?
yes, I immediately contacted the road commission. They immediately got back and they actually went out and met with the resident. The road commission does not spray herbicides any longer. I think a few years ago they were, and there was a big uproar, so they no longer do that. He could not find any indication of spraying. The only thing that could come to mind, I live in that neighborhood, is that there was some landscapers down at the corner of Park and Parkland Plaza, but that's kind of far away, so we don't know. And from what she described, that happened early in the morning during the dark. So nobody knows what it is.
And did you get back to Kelly Anderson?
Adam Lake was with her and they had that conversation, and yes.
Okay. And then how about Tina Chen?
Tina,
It looks like she's looking for some guidance on sidewalks.
I believe was that forwarded over to,
It was,
Murphy.
Murphy forwarded it to us, yeah. It looks like we need to get back to her, some guidance.
I don't know. Look into it. Where does sidewalks fall under again? Anyways. Okay, anything else about correspondences? All right, moving on. This is the time for the members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. And we usually begin with anyone present, so coming up to the table where the microphone is. If you're, oh, sure.
Howdy. Carolyn Altamar,
Hi,
Scio
Carolyn.
resident. I just have a question for the board, and I know that you can respond after we're done. I'm assuming that there are lots of contractors that service Scio Township, so there are contracts with these contractors for various services. I mean, I'm not in it. I would like to know who is responsible for monitoring, gauging, keeping track of these contracts, and there may be different people for different parts, which does make sense. I am most specifically responding to the Now, I've only listened to about the first 30 minutes of the trash meeting, special trash meeting. So there might be much more that I have not heard yet, but in the first 30 minutes, it sounded like there was a huge drop in responsibility because there was communication in November, there was communication mentioned in February, and here we are with 2 months left on our contract with priority. And what happened between February and now, it sounded like there was a lot of like big fat nothing burger. So this is what I'm wondering is who's in charge of these contracts and who do they report to and how could this have happened? Basically, I'm primarily talking about the garbage one, but just all of them. I mean, I've come to lots of these township meetings and it sounds like, yeah, that contract, we talked to that person like 5 months ago and, oh, I don't know, I never really got back to that person. I'm going like, it just astounds me. If it's in your job description, you should be doing it, whoever it is, whether it's Jessica's responsibility or Ryan's responsibility or Jillian's or overwork Christie over there, you know, that kind of, I mean, but it's astounding to me that these contracts could drop through cracks like this, and not be monitored by somebody, so. So my question is sort of a broad one, and it might be, answer is, yeah, there's a lot of different people handling a lot of different contracts, and sorry about that kid, but anyway, so that's the thing.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Anyone else present? No, they're all looking away. Cool. Okay. Christie, online? Zoom?
Okay, first up is Rob Pattinson. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. First of all, thank you, Christy, for asking to put Aurora at the beginning of the meeting so she can go home at a reasonable hour. Well done. Jess, at the last board meeting, I talked about first aid stuff. And after the meeting was over, you were very kind and showed me outside the double doors, there's a cabinet with the defibrillator, the stop bleed kit, the Narcan, and other first aid equipment. And that was very well done. Thank you for doing that. Can you tell us when the next round of CPR and first aid training will be for the staff and for officials? And does that apply to volunteers in the committee too? So that's a question. Well, we can wait on that. Just so you know, Slim Chickens promised to plant trees at the back of their property to shield the condos from the headlights swirling around going through drive-through. And there are still no trees there. And that was part of the conditional approval for them. So just a heads up that that needs attention. And then we are always adding to the agenda once it's published. And this one is 365 pages. Well, it was 365 pages. Could we add a page to the agenda that talks about what was included? Between last week and this week, stuff was added. The only thing I could find on Monday was Jess, your upcoming agenda items under reports was newly added. And there was other stuff that was added that I couldn't find in those 300 plus pages. So if we could somehow itemize what has been added to the agenda when, so we can find it. I repeat my opposition to the Crossroads Brownfield application. This township can do a lot of good for $14 million. And if you do go through with it for $14 million, the whole project should be affordable housing, not just 20% of it. For Aurora, I've got some questions. I see the $100 a year longevity pay. So now what is the policy and the schedule for three things? When is the COLA applied? When do performance reviews happen? And when do performance raises happen? I know we're getting all that in order, but it sounds like now that we're to longevity pay, that stuff should be in place. And then Jess, last week you talked about this was the first time you'd heard about the $300,000 to $500,000 in fines that were never applied to GFL and or priority. And I first talked about it in June of 2024. The last time I talked about it was in July of this year. I talked about it a couple of other times. But what I did is I got the information from Sean McCormick about what the Scio complaints were and what information he had from GFL. They stopped cooperating and sending him information. So I had to extrapolate what the how many complaints there were in GFL. And between the two, I came up with about 5,000 complaints in that 4-year period. And that's where that $300,000 to $500,000 in fines estimate came from by applying the fines that are in the contract. And then last question, Jess and Christy, were you able to fix last week's bot meeting where it had the double audio? And were you able to fix that?
Yep.
Okay, then I'll upload that. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Christie, anyone else?
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at public comment? Is your Zoom hand? Next up is Paula Gloverson. Go ahead, Paula, followed by Adam Levy.
Yeah, I hope everyone had a good day. This may apply to some PFAS. The Attorney General, she has negotiated with this paper mill. You can look on her website and holding for quality of the water and other pollution. And I think that could be really useful as all of Michigan and other states as well with our industrial have that. And then I also get Debbie Dingle's newsletter. And she was talking about trash. You know, they have that whole radiation coming from New York with Republic over there near Belleville, near the airport. And, you know, they're talking about like increasing, it could have been on the budget thing too, I read it, for Michigan, is increasing the tipping fees 3 times what they are now. And so that may affect some things when you think about our trash haulers. And I also want to put a shout out to Dan Bicknell for his correspondence. And then lastly, I hope that someone, I've sent it out to different people, we're allowed to be with the Eagle with the annexation and the well over there, because the article said in the Sun Times that it was naturally occurring. I don't think we know where it really occurred from. Anyway, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Please raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Christie. Next, the approval of minutes of the September 9th regular meeting.
We're not giving.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I skipped over board member response. Let's begin. Kathleen, do you have anything?
Yes, Carolyn, we have an ordinance for solid waste. It's chapter 20. And section 26-20 has a definition. I'll read it for you. Director for the purpose of this ordinance means the township manager, the supervisor, or the supervisor's designee at the direction of the Board of Trustees. And then section 26-22, administration. The director shall develop written policies and guidelines concerning the collection, ... So, as a board member, based on this ordinance, it was my expectation that the supervisor was managing this contract.
But it also said township manager, which is not.
We don't have a township manager.
Christie interim.
No, under the definition, it's the supervisor unless otherwise designated.
Oh, I'll be gladly to designate it.
It's straightforward in the ordinance. We've all known what this language is and trying to support it.
Right. You're the only one with your hand up unless there's others. If we go down trustee Reed, do you have anything for a board comment? Board member response? No, okay. Trustee Noel?
This may come up later also, but I just wanted to comment on, at our last board meeting, I was struck by some of the anger that was expressed in this room from residents. And I felt that it was out of proportion to the situation or what the situation called for. And that was extremely concerning to me. And I know we'll be discussing this later again, but this was part of my concern and my wanting us to have a sheriff's deputy here present at board meetings. And I had talked to Ryan about it, and he had talked to Alicia Dwyer about it. So we'll go into it more later, but you know, the times, we're in an odd climate here right now, and I don't know quite how to deal with it, but I was concerned last time, and I think there were some other board members who were concerned also. That's it. Treasurer Yeaple?
Thank you. To answer a couple of the questions, I also agree with the definition that Trustee Brandt read just a few moments ago. That was also my understanding. The question on the CPR training, that's beginning this month. Chief Hood is working on getting that scheduled for all of the staff now. There's some component of it that'll go into early November. To answer the question on COLA, COLA is proposed to be removed as part of tonight's agenda item. Longevity pay as an item being brought was clarifying which employees and staff members are qualified for longevity pay and how it's administered. And I'll allow HR Manager Northrup, when we get to that agenda item, to comment on the performance management schedule. Thank you.
Clerk Flintoff, do you have anything? I'll go last.
You want to go ahead?
Well, usually the supervisor goes last. I mean, at least that's what I've observed over time.
Okay. I just want to thank Chief Hood, Aurora, and Christy for getting the CPR first aid class. There's a lot of great work they're doing with training. Aurora and Christy in particular, they did a risk management, risk reduction training. And so as we grow our operations, I just want to thank them. They met with Tokyo Marine today along with some of our department heads. So they're doing a great job there. So thank you. In terms of the proposed agenda, Rob, I'm always looking in my, quote unquote free time, how to like change the agenda, get a new template. I do hope to do something like what you've described to better indicate, but I do want to make clear to the public and our board members that once Christy, per our rules, once Christy decides what's on the proposed agenda and publishes it, there are no items that are added or deleted from that point. There may be an attachment that's updated or something, but no actual agenda items. Thank you.
Trustee Riser, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chief Hood and Aurora and Christy for, and anybody else involved with the first aid classes, CPR and whatnot. And just to give a shout out to our natural area technicians. There was an incident last Friday at Huron River Drive in Zeeb, I believe, and there was a pedestrian that was hit. And one of the Nats, call them Nats, I know it's kind of strange, but is certified in first aid emergency and was able to help the pedestrian until the fire department arrived. So it was only within a few minutes. And that's how important it is to have that type of background. Also regarding trash, yeah, the trash fiasco has been ongoing. And of course, I inherited it as a supervisor and I'm well aware of that in the ordinance. However, this board deemed my position, my salary at $44,000, which is equivalent to part-time. And that was only for statutory duties. This is not a statutory duty, and I am very happy to give this to somebody else. I will delegate it to somebody else. It is amazing how much time this takes. Okay,
I just have a comment. Rule 5.2, the chair shall not deny approval.
I didn't approve, or I didn't deny anybody.
Okay. I just want to correct the record. The board sets salaries. The board does not set if a position is part-time. The board does not instruct elected officials on which duties to prioritize. Thank you.
The Compensation Commission provided a recommendation based on the duties. 44,000 is not. So you're saying basically that 44,000 for a full-time position, while the rest of you received huge raises.
I'm just, as clerk, I'm just reporting what the verifiable record is about the board action. Thank you.
Which was backed up by how many board members saying it was a part-time position, including you, Clerk Flintoff. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to approval of the minutes. J1, possible action, approval of the minutes of the September 9th, 2025 regular board meeting.
I will move approval of the minutes of the September 9th, 2025 regular meeting.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, consent agenda. We've made our changes, but we need to. Approve the consent agenda.
I'll move the consent agenda as amended.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Motion passes. Consent agenda adopted. Okay, on to regular reports and special reports. The first one, regular reports from the supervisor, treasurer, clerk, office coordinator, departments, and committees. Well, the supervisor's listed here first. I attended our quarterly meeting, municipal contract meeting with the sheriff department. And there's been a lot of questions about rates, how many deputies each contracted municipal receives, and there's more to come. So every time we have these meetings, there's more and more that questions that are answered. And I find them to be very helpful. There's some new, there's something called the LEAD program, and Lieutenant Kratzenberg, if you need to add more to this in your report, please. So just my understanding, so I was really impressed with this LEAD program that they had. I think they had it in Ypsilanti Township for quite a while, and they're branching out to the other municipal contracting municipalities. And I'm excited about this program because I think it's going to help a lot of people that are in need, that have disabilities or mental issues, illness, homeless, people down on their luck and whatnot that have been in trouble. And then they would be, if the sheriff was called, then they would, and they evaluate the situation, of course, and they would connect them with different community programs that could help them. And it's not a one-time program, it's ongoing to help these people. I'm really not doing this justice, but it's a really great program. So I'm happy that it's coming to the rest of the municipalities. And then there was another program that, and I wrote it down, but I didn't get the name. So if there's a resident that calls about, let's say, a traffic issue, then calls to us, then we can connect with the sheriff, and then there's an outreach program. I'm sorry, it's kind of to follow through or for us to help us follow through or something. we had a little bit of a conversation about it, but again, I don't have my notes in front of me. But anyways, it's really, I really enjoy going to these meetings. It's nice to be around other supervisors and also mayors and discussing the different issues that they face that are different than us, and, problem solving and whatnot. So, yeah, thank you. Treasurer Yeaple, you're next.
Oh, thank you. So do have some good news to report. We've collected over 43, actually probably now over $44 million out of our total tax roll of $45.6 million. One thing that's really fantastic to announce is just this month on the tax account, we earned $61,757 of interest. Year to date, just on that account alone, we've earned $121,000 in interest. It's 3 times what we earned for the entire year last year.
And the 20 years before that.
Yes. So I'll have a full report on that here likely in October. I do want to touch on something that happened while I was out of town. I appreciate the board taking care of those items while I was at a personal function. I was deeply disappointed and disturbed in the discussion that occurred at the September 9th meeting. My agenda item, specifically the DDA bank account. Members of this board should remember that I voted against the DDA dissolution. However, I am an elected official as a member of this board. It's my duty to follow through on the ordinances and actions that are passed by a majority of this board. My item was not intended to be another discussion or possible action to reinstate the DDA. I appreciate the fact that we did get that item passed, but I really, watching that, I was quite disturbed seeing that some people thought that it was an opportunity to reinstate the DDA, or that I was doing something that wasn't the will of the board. But I appreciate everyone getting that work done. Thank you.
Clerk Flintoff?
Thank you. And thank you, Ryan, also for all your work on transitioning with the DDA. Do you want to share the good news about the letter you sent regarding the debt?
Yes, I appreciate that the DDA has some bonds left. I have sent out the letter to notify the bondholder that the DDA's bonds are intended to be paid off as of November 1st. So that letter went out in yesterday's mail. So they should hopefully receive it later this week. And thank you to Clerk Flintoff for helping connect with bond counsel and all the support on getting that item set up.
Great. Thank you. I have a couple of updates, one on elections and one on records. First of all, reminder, we have a special election Tuesday, November 4th. Voters in Scio Township should have received this postcard. Make a plan to vote. Also, we have mailed out or handed over the counter 5,838 ballots already. Precincts 2 through 5 have already started receiving them. Precincts 1, John and Kathy, you should get them tomorrow or the next day if you're on the permanent ballot list. Certainly any voter may get an absentee ballot for any reason, so come on in. We will also have additional hours in addition to 8 to 4 each day. Both weekends, the weekend of October 25th, 26th, November 1st, 2nd. So if you go over to the fire station party, come on by the clerk's office and make sure you get a ballot to vote. We'll have no early voting, but effectively anybody can vote early by doing an absentee ballot. On election day, we'll have 5 precincts open. Thank you, Ryan and Jillian, serving on the election commission. We'll be convening again on Tuesday, October 7th. That's next Tuesday at 10 a.m. for our public accuracy test, which is a great demonstration of the integrity of our system. I want to especially thank Deputy Clerk Barb Kaleja and our clerk's assistant, Anna Kristich, who have been doing an awesome job helping with this big push of ballots. I also want to give an update on finance. Big thanks to Interim Finance Director Allie Norris, Finance Manager Rebecca Maudie. The year-end reports are all done. As you may remember, we had the audit. We approved a deficit elimination plan. That deficit elimination plan was approved by the state. I'm pleased to report we have not been requested to submit a corrective action plan because it's the first year we haven't had material weaknesses in several, so good job, us. I want to thank the team for closing out year end, submitting the final annual report, the qualifying statement, and the continuing disclosure statement for the DDA. Last, I want to give an update regarding records. I briefly typed this up for the record. Just want to pass it down the line, an extra for the public. Christy, go. If you could each take one. I just want to address, as I promised, to follow up on the question of how the township processes closed session minutes. At our last regular meeting during open session, the supervisor asked that I share out the closed session minutes that I took during the board's closed session of that prior meeting, August 26th. Because these minutes are under seal, I declined, explaining I had never heard of such a requirement and that we generally didn't do that. The supervisor shared with the board an MTA magazine article, and I offered to re-review the statute, confer with our attorney, and report back. This is my report back. After the meeting, reviewed the statute, conferred with the attorney, and it confirmed my understanding of the law and our current practice that we are doing it properly. I requested that the supervisor provide any legal authority. She reached out to the MTA attorney, shared some AG opinions, a fact sheet by the MML, and other documents. I reviewed all of it, and it again confirmed my understanding of the law and confidence that our practice is proper, our longstanding procedures. Additionally, on September 16th, the supervisor and I had an opportunity to have a full conversation with both township attorneys, Mariah and Jim Fink, who had reviewed all the information and had also done a bit of research to review any attorney general opinions and any case law available on the topic. In that conversation, our township attorneys confirmed that the law does not require that a board approve closed session minutes and that the Scio Township Board's current practice is proper. After receiving that advice, the supervisor has continued to state that the board must approve closed session minutes. I see no reasonable basis for this. I also believe it would be extremely poor governance to go against the advice of our township attorney, your clerk's understanding of procedure. It would open up the township as a whole, but particularly me as the clerk, to potential criminal and civil liability if I were to begin unsealing documents. Our current practice conforms. I just cited the two relevant pieces of the statute, and really I do understand why there can be confusion about this, but there are two separate minutes. There are the minutes that we just approved, and those requirements, the minimum requirements, are set forth in MCL 15.269 subsection 1, including when we go into closed session, the purpose for which going into closed session, the time we go into closed session. Those are approved. The second is a separate set of minutes under MCL 15.267 subsection 2. It establishes a separate set of minutes that shall be taken by the clerk at the closed session. Quote, "These minutes shall be retained by the clerk. They are not available to the public and shall be disclosed if required by a civil action filed under section such and such. They may be destroyed 1 year and 1 day after approval of the minutes of the regular meeting at which the closed session was approved." So after the meeting at which this board properly went into closed session, 1 year and 1 day. It does not mean that the board needs to approve the minutes. So I will just say, if the board takes any lawful action to direct me to handle the closed session minutes differently, I will do so. Until then, I plan to continue our current practice in regards to how we handle closed session minutes. Thank you.
May I? For the record, and I've said this in email, that as a member of the public body, I am willing to do my duty and to approve the minutes. There's also violations under the Open Meetings Act. So this is from the Michigan Township Association Red Book. They call it the Red Book. It is provided to municipalities that have membership to the MTA, authorities and responsibilities of Michigan townships. Minutes. The OMA requires that each public body must keep minutes of each meeting. It doesn't state only for special or regular meetings. Minutes establish a record of what the public body has done. He goes on, a general law township clerk is required to transcribe in the book of records of the township the minutes of the proceedings of each township meeting held in the township and shall enter into the book each order, direction, or rule made by the township meeting. MCL 41.66. There's more to this, what goes into the minutes, et cetera. And then it goes on to closed session minutes. A separate set of minutes must be kept for a closed session. The minutes must record the purpose of the closed session and the vote taken to enter into closed session, including the roll call of a 2/3 roll call vote when required to enter into closed session. The purpose given in the minutes for entering closed session should identify the specific OMA permissible purpose and address each element of the permissible purpose. The public body must still approve the closed session minutes at its next regular meeting. A member of the public body who was not present at the closed session may see the minutes for the purpose of approving them, but a public official who disseminates closed session minutes to the public risks criminal prosecution and civil penalties. Attorney General Opinion 7061 of 2000. Once the minutes of a closed session are approved, they are sealed and retained for 1 year and 1 day after the meeting at which the minutes were approved. So we may have a difference of opinions, but I am stating for the record that I am willing, as my duty, and to protect myself, that to approve the closed session minutes.
And just a final comment that the township attorney has advised us that is not your duty. And so I just will say what I've said, what you're stating, why you're stating it, I don't know, but it's false. And in this era of misinformation and declining trust in our government, I just want to say, I think it's important to speak factually about what the law
Are the
is.
facts.
And what you're reading are handbooks that are not the statute. I'm not inclined to spend taxpayer money getting in writing a township attorney opinion that we've already gotten verbally. And certainly if you wanted to make a motion, bring to a future meeting a proposed change to the rules of order or any particular action to this board, the board could consider it.
Clerk, sorry, Trustee No.
Mariah, I would like to hear from you on this issue.
Could I ask a specific question of Mariah?
No, I want to ask an open-ended question and have her respond. She's heard what the two of you have said.
I am trying really hard not to say that I think that this is a completely inappropriate conversation during this section of your agenda. So there's that part of it.
Okay.
Since you've asked me a specific question, I do not believe that there is anything in the statute that requires closed session minutes to be approved. They do need to be kept, and they do need to be kept private. I do believe that based on the conversations that I've had with the clerk, that she is complying with that. I have read all of the materials that have been submitted to me. I've also, with the help of Jim Fink, we sat together and looked for any case law on this issue and haven't been able to find any. I would say that if the legislature intended for closed session minutes to be approved, that the statute would say that, and it does not. The Attorney General opinions that I've looked at do not say that it's required that closed session minutes are approved. So that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the public's assurance, since this question has been thrust upon the board. The closed session, whenever we go into closed session, it's for a lawful purpose. We state it, we go on the record about why we go into closed session. There are no decisions made in closed session. the minutes are sparse. We just had a closed session at our 6 PM. And I would also say about records being under seal, that is quite serious. I know after the November 22 election, I had a nice couple in full camouflage come in to ask to review the tabulators seals that were under seal because they were doing their own audit based on their own understanding of the law. So I will just say, you know, I would say one thing I try to do as your clerk is to be independent. And so when what I find to be unlawful or unreasonable demands are made upon me to disclose something I shouldn't do, I don't do it. If this board had a lawful direction to me, supported by our township attorney to change our procedures, I would of course comply.
Okay, anyone else? All right, let's move on to,
Well, are you not going to go in order of reports? Others have
oh,
reports.
well, that's where we're getting to.
Oh, I thought you were moving to the next agenda item.
No, we're still on reports. Departments and committees? No, wait, we gotta go back. Office coordinator.
I just wanted to share that we met with Decker last month, or a few weeks ago, I should say. And I was happy to hear that they provide for free GPS trackers that we can put in every single vehicle that we have to track the vehicles. And I thought that was going to be very helpful to have.
Is that something you're gonna be recommending?
Yes, yes.
Awesome.
And then today we met with the Tokyo Marine for the risk assessment. And they also recommended to have like cameras mounted in each of the vehicles for the protection of the township as well as for the driver. In case of, he gave an example of another township where a utility driver was driving along and a young child came out on a scooter. And because they had the camera, they were able to discern that the driver was not at fault, even though a child was injured. So it protects both. It's for protection for all. So that's my report.
Okay, thank you. Departments. I guess that planning commission,
Planning Commission, I have a report. I heard last night that Piper Ridge is resubmitting. So we just had a denial of their rezoning. They have a pre-app meeting. I'm not involved in the pre-app meeting. I just had heard that last night. And also, there was a request for me to give some feedback about the Dexter City Council meeting. I did attend that meeting specifically because Dexter was going to discuss the annexation request from Dave Lutton. And during that meeting, the mayor stated he's in support of the annexation, specifically for the benefits of a community well. It appeared to me that two other council members were in support of that. There was one council member absent. The three other members were non-committal. At least they didn't say they supported. During that session, Mr. Lutton said that his land conservation application is being reactivated. I found that concerning because this board passed a resolution that we would not consider this property for conservation until Dexter had taken action on the annexation request. And based on his statement, I noticed that two council members spoke in favor of this annexation based on their reckoning that the surrounding properties will be conserved. So that led to what I considered not valid information, but they appear to be in support and they are using that reason. as part of their justification. And also further, the mayor is arranging a meeting with Eagle and with Mr. Lutton. Also found that very strange because they are talking about property that is in Scio Township. This is not property currently under the control of Dexter. Go ahead.
I can add a little bit to that. I watched the meeting. I wasn't present physically, but I watched it. Everything she said is correct. I wanted to add in terms of the parcel, the LPC application. it- Apparently the descriptions of the parcel were incorrect and Dave Lutton has agreed to resubmit. So there's no he hasn't, reactivated his prior
Right.
application.
That
So-
was his word. Those were his words.
I know
Yeah.
they were. Because I had asked Mariah about that specifically, and she had told me the comparison of the prior application with what's currently being considered, they weren't the same, and now the LPC chair has been involved in it too, and she's in agreement. So Lutton is going to have to totally resubmit. In terms of the Eagle meeting, so I reached out to Sean Scio yesterday and he has responded. I couldn't talk when he called, so we're gonna probably talk tomorrow. I'm gonna ask if I can attend too. And all they can do is say no, and that's fine. If they do, then they may, but I'm gonna see if I can attend that meeting too. Okay. Yeah.
So thank you, Kathleen and Kathy, for tracking this. So still back to our resolution that we passed a while ago. My recollection is that it said that we would not engage until the city council took action on this still outstanding annexation application from Dave Lutton. So it sounds like it's still outstanding. The city council hasn't said yes.
That's correct.
Certainly I support your sitting in to hear more. I would be opposed to the LPC. I would think it'd be contrary to the spirit of the resolution, though, for the LPC to consider, David. If that property, comes up for any activity with the LPC, my understanding is the last motion that the LPC passed regarding this property, and I want to thank Liz Wiseman for bringing it, was that it was the LPC's priority to preserve the whole thing.
So I think we'd have to ask our LPC rep and Mariah on that one about should we be engaging at all?
I support your going to that Eagle meeting. I think it's super important, Kathy, and I appreciate it.
I wasn't talking about me. I
Yeah,
was talking
The
about.
LPC.
Yeah,
I personally think it's contrary to the meaning of our resolution at the time, but I don't know what David thinks
know
or
how I
other
feel
board
about that.
members.
Well, as long as I've only been on the LPC for a few months, but we have not talked about the eastern part of Dave Lutton. No, we haven't talked about any of Dave Lutton's property and any of the LPC meetings that I've been attended to.
Thank you.
interesting. Mariah, do you have an opinion on that, whether?
I'm trying to find that resolution.
Okay.
I don't know that it had, my recollection is that it did not have anything to do with the land preservation. But,
And we can look at it another time. Doesn't sound like there's anything urgent,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to flag that.
Trustee Brandt, do you have anything more with planning commission or?
No.
Okay. Trustee Reed, do you have anything for LPC or parks?
No, I've been remiss in submitting my reports. I'll get them to you for the next next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Road Advisory Committee, we're meeting tomorrow night and the presentation that we have been planning on, we've had some vacations and whatnot. Presentation, Christie, for the October 28th instead of the 14th
Oh,
for RAC. Mhm. Oh, and that's it for me. Okay, let's see, any other departments and committees I can't think of at this point. We're all good. All right, let's move on to the sheriff's report. Lieutenant John Kratzenberg, thank you so much for attending our meeting tonight.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
I know some of you, John, from years of working cases together. My name is John Kratzberger with the Sheriff's Office. I've been here for over 18 years. I am currently the West Ops Lieutenant, overseeing Scio, Dexter Collab, Manchester Collab. I've only been around for maybe about 6 weeks on this side of the county. My first 18 years I spent in Nipsey. So I am new to out here.
Well, welcome.
I'm looking up roads it's because I have no idea where they're at. Just to touch on a couple of things that you guys talked about briefly, the LEAD program, it's law enforcement assisted diversion and deflection. To sum it up quickly, it's low-level crimes, such as maybe a shoplifting or a trespassing or a disorderly or something to that nature, where the victim of the crime doesn't want to prosecute and is in agreement of a diversion where that the bad guy can seek long-term treatment or planning of treatment. Whether if it's issues with housing or mental health or medical or whatnot, it goes into our case managers who we have through CMH, Community Mental Health, and it's long-term care and long-term management to make sure that those individuals are trying to get the right path in life and the help that they need. We've been doing it in Ypsi Township for 3.5, maybe 4 years now. And we're to the point now where we think we got all the bugs worked out, where we're going countywide for all the jurisdictions that we contract with. And it starts in about 4 hours. So October 1st is when we're going live countywide. So. The second thing was the community-driven activity. So essentially what that is sometimes we get complaints from the public. We get complaints from township officials, random emails, random whatever. If somebody's complaining about something, we're gonna look into it. So what that is we have these, if you go into our substations, we have these whiteboards, and they're all marked out, date, call for service, area, what the complaint is, and if there's an end date. And so like big one in this side of the county is traffic and speeding, right? Everybody seems to drive fast around here. So if a citizen says, I'm tired of people driving 100 miles an hour on HRD, we'll put it up on our board. And then when our deputies come in, they see it up there, they know, and that's where they'll go spend extra time in trying to reduce people speeding up on HRD. Stuff like somebody blowing a stop sign. We have a stop sign that somebody may live in the neighborhood said 30 cars a day. Don't stop at that stop sign, so we'll go down there and spend extra time. Vacation watch or property checks go up on that. If somebody's going out of town and they're going to Hawaii or Brazil or somewhere fun, they fill out our form online, we get an email and we put it up on the board, then our deputies drive by and check on the house or a property. And then, so what we do with that is we track that in our activity log. And then that shows how much time we've spent working on things that everybody outside of us has given us or has, brought to our attention. Those are the two topics that you guys briefly touched on. Any questions?
No, thank you for explaining those better than I, those are good. Any questions? Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. I think the written reports that are coming in are looking better and better. They're much more clear. I don't know, new administration, you, someone else, but thank you to whoever's working on those because they're much easier to read and user friendly. Thank
It's
you.
been a work in progress. We're still tweaking them every so often. So if you see something that we miss, please let us know. Like in my situation, when I'm reviewing these, I review, I think, 18 or 19 of them. Because I also do the non-contract areas, get a briefer monthly report. So every once in a while I'll miss something, and we've had a couple problems where the formula gets broken. And if we miss one of the, there are a lot of little boxes in here, but if we miss one, please just let me know and we'll rerun the stats and make sure we get the correct number of data there.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment. This ties into the Dexter City Council meeting. What I noticed that they do, that I might suggest we consider is they have an ongoing dialogue with their person in charge. They're comparable to you, and the sheriff was in attendance, and they, as a board, give guidance where they think additional action should be taken. And I think it's something that this board could consider. We have a lot of some citizen complaints regarding Zeeb and Jackson in traffic enforcement and traffic accidents. So potentially we could do something like that quarterly, where you get feedback from the board.
Yep, yeah, then you guys can email me anytime. I can drop a couple cards off. The board is based off of outside people helping us and bringing it to our attention. Cause can't be everywhere at once. We're over here, we don't see necessarily what's going on over here. So when somebody reports that to us, and we can shift a little bit here and shift to the different spots and put that little bit of extra attention that needs to be there. So I will definitely, I got enough cards, I can give everybody a card.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Trustee Noel, did you
No.
raise your, oh,
You did question.
Trustee Reed? Nope, and Trustee Riser.
See you again, Kratz.
It's been a little bit.
Well,
He's still Kratz, even if he's a czar, There.
well, you're a lieutenant
I'm a
now.
lieutenant.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Go back when we were both low runs on the totem pole for our agencies.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Let's see, oh, well, ongoing, conversation with emergency. Update on Fire Station 2 project and then Fire Chief's report.
Down here.
Good evening, board. How's everybody tonight?
Good evening, thank you.
Right.
I'm gonna share my screen here. In 1 second. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna start with the fire station update, how the project's coming along. This is our, what is our site plan right now? This property on the right side of your screen is Wagner Road. As you look at it, on the south side of the property along that curved ditch you see on the screen is a public entrance. We have some parking for the public there. Around the back, we have both a training area and place for staff parking. 3 drive-through bays on the building and an emergency exit for emergency vehicles along the north side of the property. We tried to avoid having emergency vehicles intermix with public vehicles during emergency response. We're using probably about 50% of the property that we have on that site. The other half will be returned back to lease with Vestergaard Farms when the project's complete. Located behind the parking lots, we have a septic and reserve field planned. And additionally, we have an infiltration basin to the far back side of the property. We anticipate that we'll be able to infiltrate 100% of our water runoff on site. Take a look at some of the interior spaces here real quick. And actually, let me back out for a second. This is just a zoomed in version of the building, same orientation. So to the right side of the screen would be Wagner Road. We'll start on the north side of the building here. This north side of the building would be abutting the Crossroads project and the emergency drive out the north side. We have some functional spaces there, a decontamination area, a spot for firefighters' protective gear. And we also have 3 apparatus bays. They're double bays. We anticipate all 3 being used for emergency vehicles with a single vehicle and space for additional vehicles who are there for training. We don't want our vehicles sitting outside if we can avoid it, especially in inclement weather, cold weather. Immediately to the south of the apparatus bay is more functional space. We have a utility closet. We have electrical work and washrooms and an EMS room for EMS equipment. Immediately above that, we added a mezzanine. That's for our HVAC system. We have planned a geothermal I'll talk about in a second. A geothermal system that's going to require a lot of space, which we have accommodated. When we look at the main structure of the building, starting on the right-hand side, we have a training room. That training room is sized for 32 classroom style spaces. It's about half the size of the room we're in today. So we'll have a lot of function for potential voting space, potential meeting space for public, shelter recovery space for residents. As you enter the lobby on the south side of the building, we have several offices. This is our administrative staff office. Immediately to the north of that is dormitories. We did add some additional dorm space and office space. We won't be using them all initially, but we sized the building for potential future growth. There was a minimal cost to add additional space at this point in the project. And we thought we'd rather have a couple extra dorms and an extra office than need them in the future and have to add them on. And then towards the back, we have space for the firefighters. There's a day room and locker room space. Just like our current building, all our locker room bathrooms are unisex bathrooms. So they're both available for men and women, as we anticipate in the future female firefighters coming on board. Take a look at some elevations of the building, and there's a couple features I want to talk about. This is looking at the building from Wagner Road. So we're looking to the west at the east side of the building. There's 3 bays for vehicles to exit, our training room, and then our office entry space for the public. As we take a look at the south side of the building, just windows for some offices, but what's kind of interesting to note is on the left side of the building, you see 3 vertical black panels. Those are transpire panels. I'll talk about those in a minute as well. And then the rear of the building, 2 more of the transpire panels, as well as a small patio for the firefighters when they're cooking outside or after downtime if they want to sit outside. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing.
Wait, chief,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
what is is that just for character, I don't know what it is on top of the building? It looks like a tower.
Yeah, so we've designed it to look, the apparatus bay is taller, so it lets in a lot of natural light, so we don't need to use a lot of lights. We mimic that on the other side, so as folks walk into the public entrance, they have a little bit higher ceiling with more natural light coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the things I do want to talk about, the township has, declared a climate emergency, and as such, we're taking this project as near net zero as we can. We do have some gas coming into the building. We do need to be powered by a backup generator. And as part of the geothermal project, the engineers were a little concerned about being able to keep the apparatus bay hot during the coldest times of the year. So we do have some gas backup in there as well, as well as the stove for the firefighters to cook at. But for energy efficiency and sustainability, the project's fully, under normal circumstances, heated and cooled by a geothermal system. We're still determining the number of wells we need, but the wells should be able to go underneath our parking lot to the rear of the building. And additionally, we're gonna fully solarize the building. We anticipate an array on the roof should cover the majority of what we need. We may end up with a small array outside the building, or off the roof of the building and in a lot, somewhere to fully solarize the building. We've went with highly insulated cavity walls in the building to help maintain the heat and cool that we do bring into the building. I mentioned transpire panels. Those are the vertical panels. There's 5 of them along the south and west corners of the building. Those are designed in the winter to capture heat from the sun and return that back into the building through fresh air intake. So we're not heating as much air to heat the building. Along the front of the building, we have a number of plantings we have to have due to planning commission requirements as well as ordinance requirements. We're anticipating a rain recovery system for irrigation of those plantings. We don't anticipate needing any water to maintain those plantings along the building. We use some rain barrels and some other capture devices and use that to supplement those plantings, and hopefully that should completely water them. And additionally, I mentioned this earlier, but we anticipate through various rain gardens and the pond in the back. And I always confuse retention, detention. It shouldn't have water in it, but it'll hold water, whichever one that is. But we anticipate fully infiltrating the project on site. Any questions on those components at all?
Trustee Reed?
So you're not gonna heat the slab with the geothermal?
Correct. They're anticipating a forced air system in the apparatus bay and in the inside the station itself. It's gonna be basically water circulating throughout the earth, bringing heat or cold back into the building, going through a couple heat exchangers, and then using forced air throughout the building.
So is it just too expensive to heat the slab?
I think their issue was with recovery rate.
Okay,
They found this the most economical.
heating air rather than concrete. Okay.
What did you say?
Well, if you mentioned recovery rate, are you talking about the recovery from going into the well and then coming back?
No, I think their concern was, one of the recovery rate issues we have is, when those vehicles go out, in the middle of winter, they're outside, they come back in, they're, very cold. So they need to be able to recover quicker than I think that they believe they could with an inflow radiant. So they believe that the air is the quicker method.
Treasurer April, you had something?
I was gonna say I confirmed the chief's understanding of that when I sat through the various bidder interviews as well as the architect. That was something we talked about over and over again, being one of the keys to this project was how you were gonna handle that, because it's big metal object that's very cold, could be 10, 15 degrees if it's outside and it's 0 for 3 or 4 hours. And then how do you make that warm as well as make the space warm, even if you only have doors open for a minute or 2 at a time?
One of the interesting notes I found related to the geothermal in the bay, they planned use solar to air condition that space. I thought that seems a little odd, but what they're doing is adding heat back to the earth. So that in the winter, we can draw the heat back up. So
So cool.
yeah, cool, yeah. I found it very interesting, with that process. Anything else on the building itself? I do want to talk about timeline and budgets.
Anyone?
Why don't we break ground?
I'll get right into that. We are rapidly working through the project. We had to delay a couple planning commission meetings that put us back a little bit. I expect the board to see detailed engineering probably November of this year. So you should be approving, seeing the whole project, engineering reviews, and all outside reviews. This late fall, the project should go to bid, late November as well. Giving bidders enough time to get back, we should have the bids back within a week or two of Christmas, or after Christmas, I should say. And into the new year, that'll give, our construction manager enough time to review all the bids, tabulate the bids, and get a bid package to the board. In January, you should see a bid package come before you. It'll have bids for every trade, and recommendations from the, construction manager. At that point, we'll have an actual price. Right now, we have an estimated price. Also, at that time, the board will get be able to award the package for construction, and engage the construction manager in the actual construction process. You have not authorized them to do that yet. You're only authorized pre-construction services. Also in January, you're gonna need to, authorize bonds at that point. We've gone through that process, so everything should be ready. We've engaged bond counsel and have all that, together. And we anticipate groundbreaking as soon as the weather breaks, in the spring. I'm estimating 12 to 16 months for the project. It could go quick, it could go slower if they run into issues. But that's our estimated time, so we're looking at a spring 2027. I included two documents in your board packet related to budget. The first is preliminary budget summary from Cunningham Limp. That's our construction manager, dated August 26, 2025. They do is we have a manager assigned to the project. He's attending our meetings. He's estimating prices as we go, as we talk about it. And right now he estimates about $12.8 million in construction cost. In that $12.8 million is $829,000 of contingency. What that means is there's about $830,000 that are not committed to anything. They're there in case it's needed. It may not be needed. We might need the whole thing. That we're not sure of yet. That'll phase out throughout the project. The second document I gave you is project soft cost estimate. This was provided by our architect with some revisions by us as we get further information. What they do is they take Cunningham Limp's estimate and bring that over and then add in the things that we think would be soft costs. For example, we have to furnish the building. We have to put in phones. We have to put in tables and chairs and desks and all those things. There's permits that are included in that. We have some money that we have already committed to OHM for civil engineering that's included in it. So geotechnical reports, when we run through all that, they think they add about another $2.3 million to the project. But again, in that $2.3 million, we have $639 in contingency. We sum it up, and then we have some items that some costs that we think are going to come back to us in the project. When we do issue bonds, treasurers indicated that we're going to probably invest that money. So there'll be some bond income that reduce the cost of the project. We've looked at solar reduction for direct pay from solar and geothermal. And we worked through the treasurer again with his contacts at the state. And we estimate we'll be bringing money back after those projects are done and installed. So our final estimate, we're at about 13.9 at the high end and 12.6 at the low end for the project. And the difference between those two is simply the contingency in the project. If we use zero contingency, We're at 12.6, 12.7, somewhere in there, if we use all the contingency for it. As we move forward, our numbers are gonna get more refined. The construction manager will take the project out to full bid. And in probably January, you'll actually see the bid prices and you'll be approving them. So we'll know exactly what we anticipate the project to cost. The contingency numbers will go significantly down. And you'll get a guaranteed maximum price. At the end of the day, after the project's done and complete, we've paid every bill, we'll know exactly how much it cost. But as of now, we've got bonding capacity for $13,300,000. So we're kind of right in the middle of where I think we should be. I feel pretty good about the project so far, price wise. Any questions on that?
Chief.
A quick flip.
I just want to say, you feel pretty good about the project and we feel pretty good about the project largely because of all of your excellent project management. So thank you, Chief. Again, I just want to say he's doing a great job of managing this along with all the partners, OHM, partners in architecture. I want to thank Brian for his work with the direct pay and all of our conversations with Pendinsky and Bond Council and our interim finance director have been very good. So I know how hard you've been working to squeeze every cost, you know, repurposing some of the furniture from here to the new station. So just want taxpayers to know how hard we're working to make sure we meet the need at the lowest cost possible.
Thank you. And I intend to deliver a project that the township will be proud of for the next 50 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
On to your report,
And on to
Your-
report going
your
forward.
other report.
It's been a little while since I've been in front of you. Sorry, moving things around on my screen here. So I've included this, this report. This is accurate as of August 31st. A couple of data points are a little more modern or a little more up to date. As of August 31st, we're up about 60 calls from 2024, same time period. Here's a list of calls by type. This one I can't dial down to August 31st, so it's as of late September. If you notice under rescue calls, EMS accounts for about 48% of our calls. It's typically, if we were running every EMS call, that'd be closer to 70%. So we don't run every EMS call that occurs within the community. There's several call types that are handled by HVA solely that we don't respond to. Mutual aid, and just a very brief statement. Like everyone else, we rely on mutual aid just like our partners do, our neighbors do. When I first took over here, we were a net negative taker of mutual aid. We relied on our neighbors a lot more than they relied on us. Right now, we requested mutual aid as of August 31st, 51 times this year, and given mutual aid 61 times. I call that a pretty good balance. So I think we're in a good position now. The staffing choices the township's made and everything moving forward with the new station. I think we'll give a little more mutual aid in the future than we get, and that's fine. We owe our neighbors some time from previous experience. Here's our incident heat map within the community. Every time I pull this up, I say this: the more areas we have with more population, the more calls we respond to. With our Station 2 going in, we're really slated to hit those areas that we have long response times to with higher call volumes. It'll make a significant impact on reducing our call times, response times. I carried this over from the last time I saw the board, incident responses. And I'm gonna jump off here on June 7th. We had an elevator rescue on Little Lake Drive. Surprising the things you find in the community. We've got a building with an elevator that goes from the first floor to the basement, and we had a group get stuck in there on a weekend. We had to rescue them out of there. Assistance lead on a house fire on Weber Road. We did have a vehicle extrication on Jackson Road near Cardia Drive. Pretty tragic, not injury wise, but it was a classic Corvette that was destroyed. So for folks who really enjoy cars, were upset by that, I think. You probably saw this August fourth incident, in some of the local media, Ann Arbor City, a second alarm structure fire on Hidden Valley Club Drive. My understanding, it was not a residential unit, but the clubhouse of a complex, that they'd, had a significant fire and lost, and we assisted them there for quite some time. Then August 8th, tractor trailer fire on westbound I-94, just past our area. We assisted Chelsea, who needed, help with some personnel and support. Response time overview as of August 31st. This has been consistent since I've had this new reporting software. About 34% of the time we meet our response time goals, of under 6 minutes. Our goal is 90% of the time we should be there in under 6 minutes. With the opening of Station 2, I think we're gonna see significant changes in that. Overlapping calls is a new data point we can capture. 172 overlapping calls. That means while we're on one call, we have a second call come in. With our current staffing, that often is able to be met with us and not mutual aid. So that's why some of our requests have gone down. We had the 3 folks on duty that went out in one vehicle together and couldn't leave a call for another one. Now that we have 2 vehicle staff, we're able to cover more of our overlapping calls. Then back to our responses versus previous year, we're up 6% from 2024. Pretty consistent route. The fire service to have call increases 5 to 10% increase here. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions?
Nothing.
Nope.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, board. Have a great evening.
Same to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, L5, discussion rules of order. Yeah, trustee Noel?
I can start. I've already said some of this, but I was concerned at our last meeting about the progress and the dynamics of our discussion at the board table. My thinking is that as a facilitator, you have to watch, and you're doing better tonight, but you watch everyone after someone is done speaking so that those who want to say something can be called on. And then when one person has already spoken and they interrupt another person, that should be called out. That you need to go down again and make sure those who haven't spoken get a chance to speak for the first time before a person speaks a second time.
Oh, I agree.
Okay.
I've been trying to do that.
Okay. I think with practice, it could get a lot better. And I mean, even tonight, it's a little bit better, I think. So I want to be hopeful.
Thank you.
And I just, if we talk more amongst ourselves, it sometimes leads to more functionality with the group. You know, a dialogue back and forth between, you know, someone might have a question. Somebody might have an idea, might go off a little bit, but it can lead to a more free-flowing discussion. And it would make it easier to accomplish our goals for the meeting. And that's mostly what I have to say. I'm sure others have some comments too.
Clerk Flintoff, you're shaking your head? Or,
No, I mean, just in agreement that I think, you know, more of a kind of free-flowing conversation. I agree with you, Kathy. That's really helpful. And I think, you know, sometimes we're sitting down on the floor where we can see each other more. Sometimes that's helpful. I know it's harder up here. I'll just say for, you know, when there are dissenting opinions, they need to be kind of held equally to opinions that are in agreement too. And so would just suggest that, I think, whether it be revisions to the rules of order, just, everybody trying to be more, patient, whatever we can do to improve it. I just remember in the development of the rules of order, conduct of meetings, permission to speak. I remember David, I think you were like, I need permission to speak. And it was a good point. And I pointed out the chair shall not deny approval. And so it's a balance, right? We want an orderly conversation where we can all hear, where one person's speaking at a time, but we also want some natural dialogue so people don't feel unable to share or say what they have to say.
Trustee Reed.
I've served on 3 different boards. This is the 3rd one. The first 2 boards, we didn't have rules of order. When someone wanted to speak, they spoke, and they waited till the other person stopped and they spoke. And we would often dialogue back and forth, debate back and forth, and it was very civil. So I don't know I think it might be a change in the climate of the country that all of a sudden we feel that we need to, I feel like I'm back in 2nd grade. I have to raise my hand before I can talk. I think that's ridiculous. We're all mature adults here, and I don't think it's necessary to do that. That's what's in the rules of order. That's what we have. I think it's ridiculous. And we didn't used to have to do that. I think people were more polite maybe 10 years ago. I don't know what the difference is, but I don't agree with the way we conduct these, having to raise our hands, so.
Trustee Brett.
Yeah, I want to point out the inequity of participation. There's some people on this board that don't have to ask permission. They can speak whenever they want, for as long as they want, as many times as they want. That's inequity. Some of us have to ask permission, and it's, sorry, but it's chronically the women who have to ask permission. I find that objectionable. Another inequity is that the moderator takes the privilege of responding whenever she wants to any commenter. That's a rebuttal form. The rest of us do not enjoy that privilege. I would like to see some changes to address those.
Clerk Flintoff, or if we were going this way, Treasurer Yapel.
We weren't going in order for the record,
Yeah.
but
Starting this way.
I genuinely am disappointed with the behavior that's occurred over especially the last couple of meetings. But it started before that, and I'm not without blame, but I am deeply disappointed at some of the behavior that happened in the last 2 meetings at this table. I think one solution that is changing the rules of order. I think one of the things that's a possible solution is for items that come up on unfinished or new business, the person that submits the item is the one that moderates that item's discussion. Certainly we can discuss that at a later time. I don't want to have that full discussion this evening as I want to move on to the rest of the agenda, but appreciate that idea. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Flintoff, or Trustee Riser, if you don't have anything.
To the extent that I have violated Rule 5.3 by interrupting some of you, my apologies.
Thank you. It's 5.3. No, I'm kidding. Well, I think, the board did approve the rules of order. And I have attended road commission meetings quite often, and they run a tight ship and they get through their agenda, and they have sometimes long agendas, but they also have meetings just for work sessions. And then they have their special meetings, which, work session would fall under a special meeting and whatnot. And it's very respectful. Everybody has their turn when the moderator, Barb Fuller, calls on them. It's not much different than what we have here. I find that when we have discussion or need to have discussion, like when we were in closed session, that was kind of free flowing. But that was a specific topic and that was more,
You shouldn't talk about what we talked about.
I'm not talking about anything of specifics in the closed session. I'm saying that it was free flowing conversation with our attorney. And that is an example of an item that would be kind of a work session item, which would be more free flowing. But to have items on a long agenda, which could take us into 1 o'clock in the morning, and then we have one person talking, having dialogue, and then another person talking, having dialogue, doesn't give the rest of us a chance to, unless we have some type of order. So I am just referencing this, and I was very shocked at the last meeting, what happened at the end. And that's why I'm also pointing out, it's not just the board, it's also the public, and also 6.0. So that will definitely be enforced. It was disturbing. Anyway, so I wanted to bring this up because if we pass rules, we need to do our best to follow them. And we are all guilty of this, all of us, including myself. But I think that we could do better. We could have our meetings shorter and we can stay on task and also have meaningful dialogue without personal attacks or everybody has been elected by the voters for our opinion. If our opinion is something that you like or don't like, or vice versa, correct? So if I say something or somebody else says something, that doesn't give somebody else the right to attack them for their opinion. And I think that's where this also contributes to these very long meetings. I don't know about you, but staying up till 1 o'clock in the morning for this meeting, then turning around and having to get up for other life, it just throws the whole week off. So I'm just asking that until we change the rules of order, everybody do their best to follow them, including the public. Okay, thank you. Okay, we do not have public hearings. So let's move on to unfinished business and Crossroads N1 possible action, Crossroads Development air quality testing results. Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
Yeah, if you could introduce yourself and then anyone else that's with you.
I'm
Thank you.
Ryan Tobias with Jackson Dearborn Partners.
Jared Belko with Warner Norcross and Judd, working with the developer.
Hi.
Thanks for the time this evening. Just wanted to start with the air quality. These are really two sides of the same coin, these next two issues, but I figured we'd start with this. Just a little background. I've been in front of this board once or twice in the past, but I'm Ryan Tobias. As I said, I'm managing partner at Jackson Dearborn Partners. It's a company I started in Chicago 11 years ago, but I've been living in Ann Arbor on the company from here for the last 10. Locally, we've built one project that some of you may have seen called Packard Row down on Packard. Actually built by Cunningham Limp, who's doing the fire station. They did a wonderful job. So hopefully that will turn out well as well. We've done 15 other projects across 4 other states, totaling about 2,200 apartments. This is something that we're very experienced in. This project has got a lot of history to it. It was an office project at one point. It was converted to a multifamily project after COVID in 2023. We became involved in early 2024, kind of introduced the concept of the Mishta housing tip, which is the second item in the agenda that we're going to talk about today. This project was given site plan approval back in September of 24, pending some air quality testing related to the Cadillac asphalt plant, which is what we're talking about here. We formally took over the project, myself and my company, in November of 2024. Obviously, we've been in the background. We've been talking about it as being a partner, but we took the lead on this. And as I said, there's a lot of history here. We came in and wanted to get a fresh start, clean slate, a different approach here. We want to listen We wanted to be respectful. We wanted to collaborate with the township on the project and the request for the air quality testing, which I think we've really done. We had a very productive meeting. That was in December of 2024. Clerk Flintoff, Trustee Knoll, Supervisor Carey, Township Attorney Fink, and Planner Lauren Krebs were all there. And we went through really three kind of major items on that. An extension of the affordable housing timeline within our TIF request, an elimination of any required community benefits from the qualifying brownfield cost for the TIF, and a more thorough air quality testing program, really with input from the township and the consultant, as well as their scope of work. And this had come up, I think, late in the approval process. It was kind of hastily done, as I recall, and put that in there. It didn't feel robust enough, and that was something that we really wanted to revisit with the township. We sat back in front of you guys in May to talk about the TIF, which again, we'll talk about here in a minute. But at that time, that was just an informational meeting just to kind of bring it back to your attention while we were still doing the air quality testing. We had to wait for the plant to open. We were still getting our scope of work back and forth with the township and the environmental consultant. The environmental consultant for Scio Township, most of you I'm sure know, is Keith Gadway. He was the one who actually suggested Montrose Environmental, who is who we ultimately engaged for this assignment. And we agreed on that proposal and scope with quite a bit of dialogue, many of you have probably seen, before completing that work in June and July of this year. We received that report in September. It's part of your report packet today. We were thrilled that it was a fairly unequivocal all clear on all pollutants found to be below the national ambient air quality standards as established by the EPA. I'm not an expert on any of this, but that all sounded really good. You have that as well as a memo from Laura Krebs, which really kind of lays out mostly what I just said, as well as a summation from Keith Gadway, kind of summarizing it for those of us who aren't in the air quality field, and a further response from Montrose, although there wasn't really a whole lot to report. There was really only one note there that Cadillac's emission control equipment may not always be working correctly. I think that's just a guess, but it has the potential to cause odor if the winds are in easterly or southeasterly direction. It's not the prevailing wind direction. That is a southwesterly prevailing wind in that area. So other than that, all pollutants were found to be below the standards, which we thought was excellent news, obviously for our site, for our project, what we'd like to do for the new fire station that you guys heard about this evening, and just really for Scio Township and the area as a whole. I'll stop there on the air quality issue. That's kind of my comments on that. And I'll obviously have further comments about the TIF. I'll stop there.
We'll get to the TIF in just a minute. Let's see if there's anything with the air quality.
Certainly.
Let's start with Trustee Riser. Do you have anything?
No, thank you for providing the information. I don't have anything at this time. I might, but not at this time.
Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for doing the air quality report, for doing a good job on it, for being in dialogue with us about it. Our number one job is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. It was a pretty extraordinary change when this went from approval for a PUD for a commercial, came back before the board, with a narrow 4-3 approval for the PUD as residential. It's also just a very unusual situation. I mean, when else is a township asked to rezone from industrial to residential directly across from an asphalt plant? I also, personally drive by there almost every day. It does smell some days, And so I appreciate the findings. I support the model motion to acknowledge receipt of it. I appreciate the review by Keith Gadway, Kathy Knoll's work on it, and our planner, Laura Krebs, for kind of consulting with Meet Eagle and everybody else. Thanks, Mariah, for your work on it. Very glad to see the results, especially about the VOCs. The PM 2.5 may be something we're living with as wildfires continue, unfortunately. I will say that, if the township if this housing is developed, the township will probably be getting, nuisance complaints at some point. I don't know that there's anything we can do about it. I will remind the board that our, code enforcement officer is funded by the general fund, but I would assume there's some education. But on the air quality test, I want to thank you and everybody for doing a good job on it. And I'm supportive of the model motion that Laura has put forward.
Great. Treasurer Yeaple, do you have anything?
I'd like to just echo Clerk Flintoff's comments. I appreciate you going through with the testing, and I'm supportive of the model motion, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Noel.
And I too am in support of the model motion. I want to point out that they did everything we asked. I mean, we were very demanding in terms of the air quality testing that we wanted to have done. And I'm very satisfied with what they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Reed?
I'm supporting the motion of accepting the air quality study. Thank you for doing it. I know it was important to find out about it. But
Trustee, are you finished?
Yeah.
Trustee Brandt?
Yes, I appreciate you putting in all that effort. It's commendable. One thing I noticed is there's a reference to the dust and the odors. And there's a statement that predominantly the winds come from the southeast. So then I put my thinking cap on and said, well, how often does it come from southwest? How often does it come from the east? The best I could find is some predictions currently that shows weather maps where it does. Maybe it's 2 days a week, something like that. So just cautionary, I would think that's going to cause a dust problem for your residents. And same with our fire station. So I would ask you to be proactive with Cadillac, because the statement that their equipment is not always operating means we probably have to poke them in the ribs more often because people won't be able to open their windows as much as they would like to. So thank you for those efforts.
Yeah.
And we, to that point, I think one benefit of this is that we're gonna be doing ongoing air quality testing at this site. We are gonna hold them more accountable maybe than they've ever been before, even though, again, I think they're a good neighbor and I'm not insinuating that they're not. It is an asphalt plant, but at the same time, I think this gives us the opportunity to continue to hold them to an even higher level of accountability.
Do you have a question? So who oversees the regulations? Is it Eagle or for the
Eagle.
for
Eagle.
Cadillac? Okay, so if there's an issue, we contact Eagle or
Yeah,
the,
it's really their jurisdiction, right?
I heard something about the health department or they're the county health department. There was something somewhere, but
Yeah,
they,
we were asked to interface with them, which we did, but ultimately they ended up deferring us to Eagle. and
Okay.
It's a little bit beyond their ability and scope here locally.
okay, at least there's some entity other than us.
Yeah, we tried to interface with everybody where we could, but and ultimately led up the chain.
Great, okay, thank you.
As I recall, it's a complaint-driven mechanism that triggers Eagle. And so we probably will need to call Eagle if there are a series of complaints.
Yeah. I mean,
We'll figure out the contact person.
it's just, it is a code enforcement issue and just an awareness of any potential future residents to be aware of where they're living.
Okay,
Joan,
go ahead.
I think you said you're going to try to hold the asphalt plant to a higher standard or keep monitoring. Can you repeat what you said? Just
Yeah, we're required to have an ongoing monitoring system post-construction, so, and, we'll be able to just be kind of more actively on that. There's not, Eagle is doing that, but in more of a, like I said, in a complaint-based system. They also just do periodic testing for all sorts of different other projects. Like we were able to get data on a couple of other sites that they're currently testing for whatever reason that they might be doing elsewhere in the Ann Arbor area. So, but they're not doing it in a direct fashion unless people are complaining. And there have been very few complaints actually over the last,
Well, there's not 250 homes right across the street, so.
That's
Right.
right, that's right. So, yeah, right, that's true, that's true. There's a, what is it, a dentist office right now, like directly to the south, for example. So it's not that there's nothing else there, but
Call me a skeptic, but I find what you're saying is a little impractical. I'm assuming Eagle works 9 to 5, 5 days a week. And I don't know what the hours are for the asphalt plant. I think occasionally in the summertime, I think I see them working on Saturdays. And even if they are working and they complain, I don't see anything we can do about it. I mean, the plant is running. They can't stop the plant. They can't.
people actually theoretically could stop the plant, but I think I think generally they would be just making sure they're properly controlling their emissions. And that's their primary job to a level of standard that Eagle holds, which again, I generally speaking, they seem to be doing, but there'll be no room for error. I mean, we'll definitely be making sure that Eagle is on top of it if we are picking up anything locally. But again, they have a very strong track record of, they've had very few issues.
Okay, Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, I just want to say to David, I am accepting the air quality test. And again, I think this is kind of a model of what the township should do when we're considering building housing across from an asphalt facility. It's an extraordinary situation. I just can't underscore how unusual this is. I even talked to Laura, like, what should our process be around this? About the county. It's just such an unusual site when, to rezone, but the decision was made 4-3 to rezone. John Reiser is the only one of the 4 still on the board. And also, we did, approve the site plan extension and on our consent agenda tonight. But I will say, I'm supportive of the model motion to accept and receipt. And I think that Ryan, you and your team are, some of the finest people to work with. I don't have confidence in, I think there's going to be limits to what you or anybody could do, despite all the best intentions and resources and plans, including the township, David. So, I think it's real that we would still have housing across from an asphalt facility, but that's not the question before us in N1. The question is just regarding the air quality test, and I think that they have set a standard for developers in Scio Township who are proposing to build housing in risky areas, and I appreciate their work.
You have something?
I was just gonna move the model motion.
Okay, that's what I was hoping you were gonna say. Is there support?
Support.
All in favor of, should we read the model motion?
Motion to acknowledge receipt of the Crossroads Air Quality Monitoring Report prepared by Montrose Air Quality Services and reviewed by Township expert Keith Gadway.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to N2. Possible action, tax increment financing, TIF, presentation by Ryan Tobias for Crossroads in a multi-family lifestyle apartment community at the corner of Liberty and Wagner Roads. Okay.
Thank you. So, again, we've presented on this in the past in more of an informational.
Ryan, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just a little bit. We have Nathan. Just Nathan Vogt from the.
Wonderful.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Done. Sounds
from the
good.
county. Mhm.
Thank you for joining, Nathan. Sure, I'll give him a moment to comment here. So we presented on this in May. The Mission Housing TIF program, for those who aren't aware, this was introduced by the state in 2023 to provide another tool for affordable and attainable housing and just housing in general in the state of Michigan. Here in Ann Arbor and Washington County, I think we recognize that affordability is an issue, and there are very few tools in the toolbox to solve for that. Affordable housing is provided almost exclusively through low-income housing tax credits and or nonprofit agencies. We are trying to be somewhere in the middle. We're providing market rate housing, essentially on the border between Ann Arbor and Scio Township. We're looking at 20% of the residents of the apartments at 80% AMI income and rent levels. And this is something that would be supported through the reimbursement, which is over 14 years. I mentioned we had a meeting back in December of 24 where the air quality testing came up. The other requests were extension of the affordable housing timeline, as well as elimination of any required community benefits from our qualifying brownfield costs. The plan before you is exactly that. We extended that to 25 years. It's 11 years after the TIF expires. We'll still be providing attainable housing in Scio Township. And we've trimmed down the required brownfield benefits to only include really infrastructure, some of the parking, site work, et cetera. There's a memo from Treasury Apple breaking down some of the details on the economics here, the taxes. But the primary motivation here is to allow for below market housing. And for example, one bedrooms here are $610 to $710 below market. Market being really what asking rents are right now at Oakview Commons on Jackson Road, as well as Avant on Maple Road, two new construction apartment complexes that serve a similar geography. Two-bedroom apartments will be able to offer between $1,032 and $1,132 below market. Studio of $436 below market. The income limits here are approximately $70,500. That's set by HUD. For one resident, $80,600 for two residents. I did some research on entry level and young people working in a variety of fields. Nurses in Washington County starting out between $60,000 and $80,000. Teachers starting out between $50,000 and $65,000. Police officers between $60,000 and $75,000. Firefighters between $60,000 and $80,000. Most of those people would not qualify for true low-income housing, and yet not, would struggle with true market housing with the costs today. Low income, for example, is $52,900 to $60,400. That's 60% AMI units. Like as I said, that's typically what's provided by a low income housing tax credit. I did want to address on that kind of low income housing tax credit point. Rob Benson, I believe was his name at the beginning, mentioned that the amount of TIF that we're requesting, this should be all affordable. Just for the education of everybody here on the actual incentives it takes to provide 100% affordability complex. There is one going up between Stadium and Maple at 2050 Commerce Drive in the city of Ann Arbor right now. It's called Union A2. It's 100% affordable. I believe the average AMI is between 60 and 70% actually. That's getting $22.5 million in federal tax credits, $18 million in subsidized debt, including $3 million from the city, and approximately $70 million of property tax abatement. That's what it takes to make 250 units of true affordable housing. It's a heavy, heavy lift. And that's so just to give you some context, because I know sometimes these numbers seem big for what you're getting. It's just sort of the reality. This would be the first MISHDA housing TIF in Washtenaw County. We're pretty proud of that, pretty excited. This plan has been, and just for a little context, and Nathan can speak to this in a moment, this has gone through his kind of subcommittee at the Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and received its blessing, but it would need to be passed first by Scio Township, then by the Washtenaw County Authority, and then finally by the state of Michigan. But they really look to Scio to be the lead. So this, to me, is a tremendous opportunity for Scio Township to be a local leader, kind of putting their money where their mouth is and creating attainable housing for this project.
Thank you. Should we have dialogue or questions at this time?
Ken, I don't know if we wanted to should we let Nathan?
Voted them to.
Okay, let's just let Nathan, if you don't mind, if he wants to provide any context on what I said or any further
Okay.
information.
Hi, Nathan.
Hello, thanks for letting me join over Zoom. No, Ryan provided a good overview of this program that Mischa has set up is to incentivize housing generally. So it could be all market rate, and the developer would still have an option to use this program and subsidize some of the infrastructure and site work. In this case, there is an affordable component. And to break out the 14 million, I think it's important to note that 9 million of that is essentially directly subsidizing those 43 units over those 25 years. It's not going to hard costs in the site development or anything like that. It's a direct subsidy by the township to support those 43 units over the affordability period that they're proposing. And the rest is more hard costs. In terms of procedure, Ryan said it right, except he just skipped over the BOC. So it's township, brownfield authority, board of commissioners. Then we will prepare what's called a work plan, and we send that to Mischa. And Mischa, their guidelines are pretty loose. Essentially, what the locals determine, except for a reasonable test that they'll do at the state, they will accept it. They've never rejected one yet. They've had 41 or 42 approvals so far in this program. This would be, I think, the first for us. We've got another one in Manchester that I'm going to Manchester City Council next Monday night. So there's a couple here in the pipeline. In terms of administration, we offload that at the county for the township. We will have our own reimbursement agreement and affordability agreement with the developers. It is our job to monitor those 43 units, to make sure to report those annually to Mischa over 25 years. So that's partly what you see in the plan. There's $200,000 of implementation fees that we need to help support that effort. We may have to hire a consultant or maybe additional staff to help do that as these plans get approved. So again, we're kind of long-term monitoring. We, of course, will still coordinate with the township on any issues there may be, but it ultimately will be the county authority's responsibility to kind of monitor the affordable units and also, of course, approve and reimburse, working with the township, the financial people, reimburse those eligible activities, the hard costs that I was mentioning. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Do you have something to?
I was just gonna add, I mean, Ryan gave a great overview. I just wanted to kind of point back. I know we were before you in May. The plan came back to you with a different date on it. We made some administrative changes. In the meantime, the taxable value obviously had changed given the time of year in May. I think a few of the millage rates have changed, but the substance of the plan is the same. That remains unchanged. Even with, I think, the adjustment of some of the area median income levels, we kept that at the version that you guys had previously seen. So dollar wise and substance, it is the same plan that we discussed and presented.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Riser, do you have any questions for?
This time.
Okay, Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, I just wanted to flag for the board, and we talked about this when we dissolved the DDA, the need for kind of a TIF policy, kind of strategically. And I appreciate, Ryan, the memo you drafted to get us thinking about it. I want to thank Nathan. I had a good impromptu conversation with him a couple weeks ago, and I didn't understand that Nathan was available to help the township. So working for the county, I always thought that it had to start with a developer, getting the county's help to bring proposals to the township. I didn't understand that the county was available to the township to kind of help inform that kind of policy and kind of help us think about what questions we should be asking. So I appreciate that, Nathan, and that's something I think we should take advantage of in the future as we kind of look at these, so we're not dealing with these kind of one at a time. In terms of this TIF, and I apologize because we had so much to prepare for tonight, and Ryan Yapel, excuse me, I think you probably have the best handle on this, given your interest in this topic, but can you just, you know, break down kind of what the tax loss would be for each of the units and for the township?
Yeah, so that should have been should be
Table two.
within the TIF table, the second attachment.
So are we looking at the
No, it's not.
one called the TIF capture estimates, local capture?
There. Let me see if I can find it. Give me just a moment.
Because I just think in the future, if the township had a resource like Nathan who could kind of analyze and some of this stuff for us, it would be great. And everybody's been really great. It's just, you know, we have a lot of information to sift through.
So Clerk Flintoff, if you look at the PDF agenda item, the very first attachment, the Crossroads County Brownfield Plan, full PDF, followed by all the numbers. On page 24 of that document, it starts with calendar year 2026 and what the state education tax, school operating, then all the local captures would be giving up starting next year.
Or
I don't know what page it is, and
Ryan, do you mind just projecting that?
I can,
Because I think some of us have the older.
give me just a
Oh,
second.
can I see it?
just go to the.
Ryan, are you looking at
That document, correct.
And it's got the fire back in there?
This
the
page
2.5?
315 of the full PDF agenda.
I had it open.
Yep. So I don't know if fire is correct in there because of when this was prepared. I'd have to, let me see.
It looks like the newer ones.
The newer one is down there. Yep,
The newer one
Yeah.
is reflected, correct.
Yeah, and I think if we're in the middle of recruiting for a finance director, but, once we have somebody on board, we'll be able to kind of look at these numbers. So the diversion of tax dollars to this project would be how much a year? It looks like 600-ish. Well, 600,000 year 2, 1.2 million year 3. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct, depending on construction schedule.
Gotcha.
So what happens? Oh,
Excuse me.
Were you trying to assist one of our colleagues?
Okay, if you have questions.
Yeah, or Nathan has his hand raised too. I don't know if anybody can project the correct numbers, that would be fantastic.
do that. Give me a second.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Ryan.
I was gonna offer to do that because I've got it pulled up here.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
You want me to do that?
Yes.
Yeah. We can look at something.
Yeah, we can address that. It is within the TIF table. So if you look at the memo Treasurer Yable put together from a percentage basis, he was including the local millages that the TIF generation, what it would be coming off. If you take that as a percentage of the total local over the period or over the term of the plan, that equates to about 1.4 million over 14 years. It's about 10.7% of the total local tax bill.
Thank you.
About 1.4 million over 14 years? Okay, so
So it is.
like 1.5 fire stations.
So what's your question?
10% of it, 10% of a fire station.
Because I'm checking those.
That's in total.
Was your question related to the total contribution to the local brownfield revolving fund? or-
No, I was just trying to get the current numbers of how much, because we just talked so much with the DDA. I'm just trying to understand how much would be diverted from the other units and from the
Right.
township.
Well, that's on page 25 of the presentation.
Is that, oh, good, Nathan, you're projecting that?
Yeah, it's right here. This is the projected total on this far column, and you can see it by taxing jurisdiction, including state at the top, 9 million. And then local total is about 9.8 million. So that gives you your totals by jurisdiction.
So 9 million from county and local and library.
State 9 million, and then all the local taxes are 9.8.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Nathan, this is Jared. I think it's actually less than that because of the county's limitation for the local brownfield revolving fund. This table shows total generated increment from that year, but the county's figure for capture for the revolving fund was limited to the 740,000 in the very last year. That's 724,000, I apologize. So if you go back to Nathan, if you went back to the TIF table in 2040, it shows a total TIF generation of about 1.6 million.
1.584, yep.
So of that, it's really only 723 that's being captured. The balance would flow through to the taxing jurisdictions in that final year.
Because you cap out the TIF plan at that point, you have enough capture that there's a remainder that flows to the entities, correct?
Yeah, and I think county limits the amount that they take under their guidelines for
Yep.
revolving fund capture.
And I do want to stress these are projections.
Correct.
Yeah.
And,
Sure. That's projections.
and just to give everyone clarity as to why this ramps up over time, the assessor will assess this at completed values during the different tax years. So obviously this project will probably take at a minimum 12, if not. Well, I don't know. You could just speak to construction timeline of the project probably better. Yeah, I was gonna say. So 30, 50, 70, 90% complete. Could be different projections that were used to come up with these values. The actual will be based on actual construction complete when the assessor assesses the property.
Okay.
And then Nathan and I work well together on coming up with how much money goes back to the county, which ultimately gets distributed to the developer.
Yes. 9.8.
Clerk Flintoff, did you have anything else at this point?
No, I just wanted to first kind of clarify the tax capture. I'll have other questions on other topics.
Okay. Trustee Noel?
I don't have any specific questions on the tax capture.
Yeah, that is.
I feel like we've been through it a lot and some of us just barely grasp it. I mean, I grasp it, but I don't have like an in-depth understanding of it, I will say.
That's not reassuring.
Trustee Reed?
A lot of numbers on this page.
Mhm.
One number I'm curious about is what percentage of the tax that would normally come, let's say Scioto Township in a year, we would get $1 million for our general fund, for our operating. What, how much of that would you take? 2%, 10%, 20%? What is the number?
I think the number for township operating, for example, when fully assessed is only maybe 25,000 or something like that, Brian. I mean, you have it at 30,000.
Yeah, that was in 2042. So when fully assessed in, let's say, tax year 2028,
Let's talk about, no, let's talk,
township operates 22,641 in
let's
cash.
talk about 2026. The real.
For fire.
Well,
Not 26, let's talk about 2026.
currently as land, and that number is in the hundreds of dollars
Okay, but
right now.
how does that number, how do you calculate that number?
Ryan,
It's,
yeah,
it's
but you might-
income times percentage equals something, right?
Brian, yeah, but you might be able to.
No, so Trustee Reed, I guess I could say, here's what the summer taxes were in 2024 as a whole for the parcel.
Okay.
And I could pull it up. Give me a second of tax load while I'm doing
We're-
this.
Washtenaw County is donating $10 million to this project if we go forward with this tip.
We would donate.
They're not.
We would donate it on their not donate, we would authorize it on their behalf as the local unit.
We're losing $10 million for Washtenaw County, for the IC, Washington,
Washington
College.
ISD, correct?
It's a policy decision.
Yes, it's a policy decision. I understand.
Yeah, and it's just like the DDA, it's if the public purpose that the TIF generates is worth it,
Right.
you know,
Right.
then we would choose to do a TIF. I also think the counterfactual is always kind of interesting in these conversations because it's like, well, would it be developed anyways? We think so. We approved the PUD without this. Would it be developed with affordable housing, more attainable housing? It sounds like it wouldn't be.
Right.
Well, can I ask
Well,
questions? I
yeah,
thought you were going in
think
order.
It's trustee.
I have a series of
Grant,
questions
it's fine.
for Nathan. Oh, I'm sorry. I
We
didn't-
need to, the
Okay,
yield.
this document, Washtenaw County Brownfield Development Authority, prepared by the authority, prepared with assistance from Warner, Norcross, and Judd. Who do you represent? The county or the developer?
I represent the county, but in
No, wait, sorry. Who does Warner, Norcross, and Judd represent?
Yep.
The developer.
I represent the developer.
Okay.
Yep.
Just for clarity. Now, I've got a series of questions. So, 1 second, please. I have them. So on page 8 of 10, section F, the proposed beginning date and duration. Not in the highlighted text, but the paragraph below that. I'll just read this and then I'll ask my question. It's estimated that redevelopment of the property will be completed over the next 24 months. And the period of reimbursement will be 14 years to capture the eligible activities through tax increment revenues. And then the statement, plus up to 5 full years of capture for the local brownfield revolving fund. How many years of capture? Is this 19 years of capture?
It should not be 19 years because the reason 5 years is in there, because by statute, we have the ability to take up to 5 years for the LBRF fund. But in this case, what our policy is at the county authority is to establish a lump sum amount, which we do here. And that lump sum is the 750,000-ish. So however long it takes to capture that number after the developer's fully reimbursed will be the amount of years after developer reimbursement that this is referring to.
Okay, so my next question is, I think you answered it, but I have further questions because the document doesn't state what your 762,000 is. How much money does the authority get over the life of the TIF? And let me reference page 10. Section M, local brownfield revolving fund. The authority will capture the revolving fund and administrative fees at its direction at the rate of 10% of the gross available cumulative increment tax in each year. That's 10%. Is that 10% of the 14 million?
No, that's not how it's calculated. The 10% is our standard policy annual capture on all of our projects across the county to help fund our program. And so what we do is take the gross annual capture in any given year, and we will collect up to 10% for administrative purposes, or if we've maxed out admin because we have statutory limits for how much we can take, we would capture that as LBRF.
Okay, so continuing that paragraph, it says in addition, an amount equal to 15% of the eligible activity costs, which in this case, it states it's $762,000. On the face of it, it looks like you potentially could capture 10% plus 15%, a total of 25%. But you're saying policy-wise, you're not doing that. Is that correct?
Well, I'm saying that this matches our policy that we do for almost every plan that we adopt, unless they are very big dollar numbers where it would end up too much. So what I'm saying is this is what we've been doing for 6 or 8 years with every plan. We do the annual gross to help kind of feed our program, support our program, and then we do a lump sum at the end. And the way we calculate that lump sum is just using the developer eligible activities, hard costs, times 15%. And that's the amount that we capture as a lump sum at the very end. And that comes up. So the 15% doesn't refer to we're going to be taking 15% of the capture. It's just a way to calculate the lump sum number at the very end.
So it's 15% of the $5 million in infrastructure costs.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And is there also an additional 30,000 plus 200,000? I'll find that page. That's along with those numbers. 30,000 of state education funds. Here it is on page 7. Brownfield work plan preparation and development, $30,000. And it states in there that's the maximum school tax capture, 30,000 plus school. Yes.
Really?
Plus 200,000 plan preparation and implementation.
Right. This is all according to the statute. So
I'm fine about the statute. I want to get the numbers. So, I mean, when these things are presented in little snippets, my brain is going to want to consolidate them and say, how much is going to housing? How much is going to infrastructure? How much is going to the authority? And what is that money used for? So is it $762,000 plus $200,000?
yes, but for different purposes. The 762.
Okay, so what is the purpose of the $762,000?
That goes into what's called our local brownfield revolving fund. It's a fund that we capture on all of our projects, and then we can use those funds to support future brownfield projects.
So in other words, Scio Township taxpayers will be giving the authority $762,000 of their tax dollars to do whatever the authority determines is appropriate.
Well,
One
whatever
time.
within the bounds of the statute. So we can only use it for eligible activities.
But the point is that it's not going to the project. It's not going to this project.
Correct.
Okay. So let's see if I have other questions. So the total going to the authority is actually $962,000 used in different ways.
Right. And that doesn't include the 10% annual, up to 10% annual admin capture as well.
Wait a minute. That's where I asked the question. Well, what is the value of that 10%?
Nathan, page 26 and 27 would help you out a lot here.
Yeah, well, I can show you, we can look at the TIF table, and it's a projection at this point, of course, but the projected total 10% is right here in this red
Yeah, I
line.
can't read that. I have to look at my own.
Okay, so here's up to year 2034. I'll go to the end of the TIF table, and basically it shows up to over 25 years, 1.8 million. It's right there at the end, projected.
1.8 million goes where?
To the local brownfield revolving fund or the brownfield administration fee.
Correct.
So this was my initial point. So $1.8 million plus 962.
Oh, I bet it.
$962,000 is more than $2.5 million, which if we go to page Just find this. So then this leads to my last question, which I think we're getting to the answer on. Page 25. Over the life of this TIF, state schools, state capture, education and operating tax will be $9 million. And then over the life of this, local and county taxes will be $9.8 million. And then the total capture is $18.9 million. So where's where? Well, I mean, this to me is just like the DDA thing, that we would be taking taxpayer dollars out of programs that in this environment, federal level, they've already made cuts in the big ugly bill, okay? Which directly go to healthcare, most predominantly. People will see increases in January even in their private healthcare plans. And now we're suggesting taking out $18 million of local taxes, which at the state level, they have not finalized their budget. They are going to be cutting programs. And how can we justify taking this much money out of programs that are going to be hit by state and federal policies that I personally do not agree with? I don't think it's justified. Anyway, I've got more comments on that, but I look closely at these numbers, and so it's really the total capture is 18.9 million plus roughly 2.5 million that the authority will get. Correct?
No, I think the 18.9 includes the authority numbers as well. And I want to offer one more clarification for state capture. There's, sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. The legislature, when they adopted this statute many years ago, were very sensitive to the use of school funding for this purpose. So we report, as all authorities do across the state, every year how much SET and school operating was used for brownfield reimbursement. And the legislature makes the school aid fund whole for this figure right here. So that's just one caveat in terms of the concern for impacts to services and programs and education. This is they're made whole for at least this piece.
And that's in statute?
Yeah.
Correct.
In budget? Is it in this year's state budget? I know we don't know for sure, Nathan.
I think it's required to be done, is my understanding, every year.
Jared, is there something you might be able to add for that?
I'm just gonna say what Nathan's referring to is the provision within Act 3 that allows those communities to be made whole for those dollars.
Subject to appropriations, or is it?
Well, so I mean, ultimately, the schools are, and I'm sorry.
No, please.
Ultimately, the schools are funded through the general fund on a per pupil basis. The dollars that you're looking at in front of you, all these would be generated from this project. So it's not taking away anything that's there now. It's temporarily diverting some to the project of the increment generated after this investment, but it's not taking away from anything now. Theoretically, since schools are funded on a per pupil basis, you know, the assumption is that this will bring some families into the community, which could draw more dollars into the community for the schools with more kids in attendance. Thank you, Treasury. What Nathan was referring to was it's a provision within Act 381 that allows communities to submit to be made whole for those dollars.
Oh, so it's not mandated. And it's in the budget that is not guaranteed. Correct? Is that a correct statement?
I think it's mandated.
Okay.
That's my
But I
understanding.
just heard you say they have to ask for it.
Well, it's probably, I'm venturing a guess, it's mandated by statute, subject to appropriations, unless it's in the Constitution, which I don't think anybody has said it is.
Probably be mandated for the reporting, but Nathan's group has to report to the legislature annually, anyways. Now, while they report to the MSF, I think is still handling that for MISTA, and they submit to the legislature.
So, okay, you said this is incremental. Yes, I agree it's incremental, but it's based on the project going forward. So we also got an excellent article from the GFOA submitted by our finance manager. Very relevant topic about what the city of Baltimore is doing. And they have guidelines that they will only pick projects in low income areas, which this is not, but one of their criteria is to target properties that would not be developed without these incentives. And I am not convinced that this is I think that's a very good criteria, and they spend a lot of time detailing their process and what's acceptable and how they administer it. I think that's a good criteria for us to use also, if the project would not be completed. So this was approved as a PUD without any TIF requests, which leads me to believe that the project will be completed.
Yeah, it was approved just as a straight PUD. As I've said all along, I mean, this is, it's critical to provide attainable housing. Without incentive like this, it certainly does not, it just does not happen. Building market rate housing of any type right now is very, very difficult. And the numbers are very, very thin. And so it's going to create increased housing crisis, increased, rising rents. Yeah, but I mean, generally speaking, there's $30,000 in taxes right now. So it's easy to look at that as a big number, but if this doesn't move forward, which it may not, then it'll still be $30,000. Otherwise, we could build attainable housing right now and market rate housing and still on the back end have a very large tax bill. It's important to note, I mean, Scio Township specifically too, about 10.5, 11% of that overall tax bill are getting $400 or something right now. There's a pretty big number on the back end of this and a pretty great project in the interim. But I understand where you're coming from.
So I think it's a policy decision for this board. There's a great difference between affordable housing and attainable housing. And it's a policy decision for us and what we are going to support. Personally, the 80% of AMI, the numbers I have, could be slightly off, $90,000 income, 80% is $72,000. So essentially what this program would do is subsidize those renters to the tune of $9 million. I get that. That's not your direct cost, but it gives you the benefit of $9 billion directly to your costs. Right? That's if.
Yeah, our actual rent loss is 10 million to offer these.
I'm just using the numbers from this document.
And so we're only asking for 9 of that, but it's actually 9.9 something. But yes, it's.
So so it's a policy decision for this board. Does this board want to subsidize attainable housing for these rents, or do we want to subsidize affordable housing or low income housing? And do we want to do that for rentals or for actual houses? Because a rental does not benefit a low income person in the long run. They get no equity out of that. Whereas if we took a policy of financing actual houses for low income, over time, they gain the equity of that property. So a policy decision, do we want to use a TIF for rental properties or for properties that would be owned? So I've said quite a bit. I think I need to sit down and be quiet.
Thank you. Trustee Riser, you had your hand up.
And you could dumb it down for me, on this, the one that's broadcast.
Yeah.
So garden court, voting buildings and carriage houses, are those various products you're gonna have for rent?
Correct.
Okay, and the price of the rent, market price is going to be 2,500 versus 1,890, am I correct?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so market price is gonna be 2,500, 3,400, 2,600, et cetera, correct? And then, but there are people who will be able to get it for less rent if their income is below 80% of the area median income, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And so we call this maybe workplace housing or attainable housing, I mean, kind of generally or generically.
Yes, that's usually what we use.
And if we-
True affordable housing being like 60%
And if-
AMI or less.
If we wanted to do this for true affordable housing, what would the numbers be? It just, would it cost, would the capture be a lot more for true affordable?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned that earlier on a 250 unit project. I mean, it's substantial, right? I mean, and so.
I know, but like, if this were to be affordable, then like, I guess, is it, you get what you pay for? If you want a workplace, you pay. Or workforce housing, you pay one, you allow the capture of one amount, but if you want to go full affordable, then it would be.
It's a large, yeah, it's a large.
Much larger, slightly larger?
Yeah, it's a larger gap to fill, so we'd probably be looking for somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 and $20 million of federal tax credits. And a similar or larger tax abatement or TIF program to fill those gaps, and that's really what people do. And when you get to that affordable level, it's just a really significant gap.
We'd be here asking you for a pilot, which is gonna act in a similar fashion. We'd be seeking tax credits, for the low income housing tax credits, and then there's additional subsidized debt, as Ryan mentioned, that we'd have to stack on top of that just to make the numbers to work.
And you say you wanna have marketplace housing, or not market, but you know, affordable housing, attainable housing, but it's through our capture. Without our capture, it's just gonna be market rate and that's that, correct?
Yeah, if we can make that work in today's environment, yes.
You mean if you can do the thing at all?
We can do it. Yep.
Okay, all right. No, I appreciate your feedback and helping me out on this page. Thanks.
Treasurer Yeaple.
I appreciate all the questions you answered so far. I think the thing I've learned out of this experience is I'll try to dive into the numbers more and see how I can explain them without confusing everyone, because I know there's a ton of numbers on a lot of these different sheets and they mean a lot of different things. Nathan was correct. You know, I was gonna bring up that school taxes are made whole. PA 381 is from 1996. The state website does not play nice with things from that old. I was trying to find the text. I did get the text of the bill, but it's not easily searchable to validate our concerns about what the state budget says about how that works. So just throwing that out there. One thing that we haven't talked about, and not saying it makes it right for us to do or not, but just down the street from this property, more up towards Jackson Road on the Ann Arbor city side of Wagner Road, is part of A2 CLT. I don't know if anybody's seen that. I think Clerk Flintoff has. For those who haven't, that's Community Land Trust. They're doing other attainable, affordable housing, not necessarily the exact same thing this project's doing. It's more of a purchase product. But they also see the need for having something between 30 and 120% AMI. We may not be able to do everything with this project. Maybe that's the reason to do it. Maybe it's the reason not to. Just once again, throwing that out there that there is a need for this, and we just have to see if we want to do it. Thanks.
Actually, on the board of Equitable Ann Arbor on those projects as well, because I do think there is a tremendous need, including for sale housing. I actually just think that there's a need for all of it, generally speaking,
Yeah.
and they're all important. And I don't want to get away from, because I find sometimes it's like, well, it'd be perfect if we could get this project. That may be the case. That project may or may not exist at some point down the future. CLT is doing a wonderful job. They're doing it in very small increments right now.
Yep.
But important increments, and they're proving that out. What we have here is an opportunity to do attainable housing and do it now. And we have a means to do it that the state has supported. And it's something that, we would love to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jared, I'm sorry. You
I
were-
was just gonna say that the last point Brian made, the state has a program to do it. Just by way of comparison, in terms of Michiga's standards, what they deem to be reasonable is that second chart, which is 21, almost $0.8 million. Under their program and guidelines, that's what they consider reasonable for this program, for this project, for what we're proposing. Up above with the rates that we adjusted because of the April 1st issuance of the AMI shifts. This project's technically eligible under that model, right, for just shy of 10 million. We didn't change that in the version that we brought back before you. It's consistent with the prior version. So, we wanted to remain consistent with the ask.
Thank you. Clerk Flintoff?
So a question, I've worked in, developing permanent supportive housing before, the funding and planning for that. Who would be responsible, or do we know who would be responsible for the annual kind of income certification of the tenants? Would we have to rely on a big private management firm? I don't have a ton of confidence in that. How would we do it?
We did it locally at the property level, and we have owned and managed affordable housing before. So there's a certification process that we have to do, which is pretty straightforward, a Mishta thing. And then that would get reported to Nathan's authority, and or if they had, they may offload that to a consultant if they feel like that's beyond them. But that starts at the property level with us and our reporting, and would flow through Nathan to make sure that's being done appropriately. And it's annual certifications on both income and rents.
Great, thank you.
Awesome.
Also, I just want to say, just go back to process. Like, again, I would like this board to, look at our policy, because we all are committed to getting affordable housing. We've talked about developing it along Jackson Road corridor. This is not. I think we all know we're working with the proposal that was provided to us from the developer. Nathan, I think in the future, if there's a way for future TIFs, we can maybe work with you on a TIF strategy so we can prioritize, kind of the types of TIFs we want to consider before people spend so much time and money on it. I am not supportive of this particular plan as presented, and I just want to say why is that, and I am supportive of other TIFs. I'm supportive of more deeply affordable housing, even if it's fewer units. I'm supportive of housing along Jackson Road. I'm supportive of, supportive housing as well, where we really get federal tax credits and everything into it, something more like the city of Chelsea did. And I just think that given the fact that we've already approved the PUD, the site plan, reapproved the site plan, that it is not, the proposed development was approved narrowly 4-3, with the idea that that's what would go forward. There was no dependency on this. I appreciate Kathleen really for helping me understand how much goes to the Brownfield Authority. I think the administrative costs are quite high, and I know things cost money. And Nathan, you do good work across the county, but that's more money that's being moved from Scio Township services elsewhere. I just want to say, in recognition of the kind of drastic federal and state cuts to basic social safety net, schools, others, you know, I just can't support this at this time. I don't think that this particular proposed private subsidy produces enough public benefit that otherwise, you know, this project will be developed. It may or may not be developed, it hopefully will be. And it'll go forward and generate tax revenue that our libraries, schools, county, fire department can put to good planned use. So I think we can better meet the needs of our residents by letting their tax dollars flow directly to where they vote for them to go.
Trustee Riser, you had your hand up.
Me too.
Yeah, it was,
Okay.
I meant to ask Nathan a question that I forgot. Nathan?
Yeah.
Why haven't other municipalities done this, especially one that's to our east that has all kinds of affordable housing projects therein? Over.
Why haven't they used this MISHA program?
Yes.
Oh, I've got 3 or 4 irons in the fire right now with projects that developers we've been talking to for over a year. So,
And are they, I'm sorry, Nathan, I meant to cut you off.
no, I'm just saying it's just a matter of timing, but it will happen.
And will it be affordable or attainable or workforce? What are you seeing?
Well, that's a great question. The city of Ann Arbor, up until now, has had a policy of 60% AMI generally as a target or lower. With this program, what we're finding is that if you try to run the calculations, as sort of Jared pointed out on this sheet here, even at 80%, you can see this large subsidy that's generated. So I think Ann Arbor is saying we're going to need to go up to 80, maybe even 100 in order to even make these work. But it's not to say they couldn't also support at the same time 40%. So the goal, they're going to be revising their policy. They do have a TIF policy, and I'd be glad to work with Scio on your own. They're revising their policy, and it probably will include an average of, let's say, 80, but it's got to be a range between 40 and 100, for example.
So help me out on it, 100. What the hell do we do if there's 100%? Isn't that just market?
No, not necessarily. Because the AMI is factored over a wide area, and each market, Ipsy, Dexter, Scio, Saline, they all have their own sort of sub-markets, so not necessarily.
Okay. Sorry, I swore. Thank you.
So you're finished?
Yeah.
Trustee Reed?
Couple of things. One of the comments was the state will make the schools whole from the general fund. Well, what you're saying is the taxpayer will make the schools whole because that's where the money comes from to the general fund. So we will be making the schools whole. So I just wanted to make that clear. Your AMI calc, your 80%, what was your 80% number? You said you started at 77,000 as AMI?
Just over 70,000 for a single person, or for a couple, just over 80,000.
I'm sorry. Okay, so because I've looked at various charts and they go with families of 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And a family of 4, what would be the AMI for the family, or your number for family of 4?
100,000.
100,000, 720.
100,000 for a family of 4.
Boy, I must be looking at the wrong charts, so, okay. You said something that really concerns me. You mentioned that if you don't get this TIF, you may not be able to do this project. This seems to me, I was not on the board that approved this. I approved the previous PUD, which was perfect for that situation. It was a business. I think there were 2 or 3, I don't know how many buildings, but it was going to be a business, commercial site.
Project, the urban group office project. Okay, right, yeah.
But then it got switched
beautiful
to,
building.
and it got switched to residential, which I would not have approved, but I was not on the board when it came to the board. But I'm wondering if those 4 who voted for this would have voted for it if they knew it had to have a TIF. To me, this is a bait and switch. You had the board approve this project, and then you come to them and say, oh, we can't do it unless we have a TIF. So I agree with everything our clerk said, and looking at the numbers that Kathleen has put together, it looks like, I think, what'd you say, 9 million for renters and 5 million for developers? Is that what the breakdown to?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I just cannot support this. We do need housing, we do need affordable housing. And this, I don't think this is affordable housing, so, thank you.
Treasurer Yeaple?
Thank you. So a couple of things, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen projects in Grand Rapids that I think are at 100% AMI or higher. I've seen 3 in the last week. And I'm not saying that that makes it good, bad, or anything different. It's just this law allows for a lot of things to happen in a lot of different ways. Doesn't mean everything will happen everywhere or everything should happen everywhere. It is important to realize that, yes, this is giving the incremental revenue that we get from the increase in value of this property up for a predetermined period of time. I don't disagree that some of the costs, especially the Brownfield administrative fee, is high at times. But this is a $67 million capital project. That doesn't necessarily make this the right thing to do. I'm just trying to put things out there for people to talk about because, I mean, I'm seeing the benefit that we could get out of this. It does provide housing. We want more affordable housing. We have ways to work through that through our master plan or comprehensive plan, or whatever we're gonna call that when we revise that next. We have ways to work on that through some of the other planning that we can do as a community, but we can't make all of that planning fit into one parcel that we're talking about tonight.
Okay. Anyone else? I do have a question. So why, this is 25% of the units? 20. And why was it 20%? Where did that come from? Was that your decision? Was that the county's or a county?
It was kind of just trying to make the numbers work to get to a point of you pay so much taxes, how much can be captured? What's like Nathan was saying, if we go to 60%, that number gets, that subsidy number that's required to make it work, it's so high, it's beyond even the taxes, that the total taxes we're paying, let alone capture and everything else. And so trying to find that fine line between what works, that, I mean, if we could provide more and make it work, we would. I'd happily be in front of you with more deeper AMI or more units. We really would. I mean, that would be fantastic. It just requires more than the program kind of provides for without bringing in a bunch of other various sources of funding. Like you said, the tax rates on, which are, again, highly supportive of that, do that in, my nonprofit world and would do more of that as well. They're just different projects. This is a combination market rate attainable housing. There's straight affordable, there's straight market rate. There's almost nothing like what we're doing, what we're talking about here. There's almost nothing that sits in the middle and provides that. It's just the programs have historically deep affordability or have at it from a market perspective. So we try to walk that line.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm in agreement that we definitely need attainable and affordable housing. There's, if not, then it's just, we're pushing people out that could live here, and catering to the rich, to the wealthy. You're only allowed to be here and nobody else. So, but I also understand about the numbers, and I'm not opposed to tax money going to something that could help people. Yeah, Okay, Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, I agree. I would just challenge this board that we need to get back to the drawing board on affordable housing, look at innovative solutions. You know, we started, you know, with the potential, you know, Goodrich site. You know, we need to look at this. We just had our Jackson Road corridor planning. I am very supportive of a TIF of this program. I just don't think this is the right proposal. I would like to see us, you know, and maybe we do need to partner with a nonprofit housing developer to really do that deep federal tax credits. I know that's a whole nother thing, developing affordable housing. But to me, this is just, I mean, it's more than $1 million just from our newly passed fire millage. Okay, we are squeezing we're taking the old cubicles from the front office here over to the new station. I mean, and again, I appreciate that currently there's, what is it, $30,000 of taxable value, but we have already approved a PUD. We've approved and renewed a site plan. You know, we expect this project will happen anyways. And just given in recognition of the drastic federal and state cuts underway to basic social safety net in schools, the desire of the township to develop truly affordable housing, especially along the Jackson Road corridor, and knowledge that the township has already approved this PUD and site plan, I would make a motion to deny the Urban Crossroads PUD TIF plan as presented.
I would support that motion.
So just to be clear, you said $1 million from our fire millage, but that's over.
The life of
The
the TIF
life
Over the
plan.
life of it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Under discussion,
Mm-hmm.
at some point, this motion to deny is gonna pass. But at some point, I suspect it's going to pass. And so I wonder, does that mean their project doesn't go through? Well, that we can't predict that future, that's up to these folks. But like at some point, we're gonna have to, I agree, have a TIF policy. Like, do we want affordable housing? Do we want attainable housing? Workforce housing? I suspect that the more we want by way of helping people, the more in tax capture that's gonna be asked of us. So.
And I would support it for the right project. I would absolutely support it.
And do we need to start somewhere? It might not be the perfect project, but is it a start somewhere in the right direction to bring housing into our township and to bring in subsidized housing for those who might not otherwise be able to afford it?
Are you asking?
No, I mean, I'm asking rhetorical. I'm asking the universe. Yeah. $1 billion.
Yeah,
Say this, so that's what.
Trustee Brandt.
Yeah, I sort of want to respond to John. I do support, I do have a goal to support affordable housing, subsidizing it. I have no problem with that. I would like to see it on the Jackson Road corridor, and specifically because of the amenities and the economic benefits to businesses in Scio. Now, this project actually, I believe, economically benefits Ann Arbor businesses. It will be the Kroger's on Maple. It will be the restaurants on West Stadium, Stadium Hardware. If we put it in Jackson Road, where it seems that we have a consensus of density on Jackson Road, then that definitely supports Scio businesses, which increases our tax base, which I think we should be doing. We should be supporting our businesses as well.
Trustee Reed, did you?
No, I was just gonna say, plus if it's on Jackson, they have the ability to use the bus.
Yeah.
This is on the bus line, though.
So I'm torn about this, but I am inclined to support it because I mean, it's not perfect. However, the developer has worked with us and it does offer some, we don't know how low, but I'm gonna say low income housing. We've got other development proposals coming. And there are issues with all of them. I mean, we've recently denied several development proposals. I guess I think that even if this isn't perfect, and I agree with a lot of what I've heard here, but I'm going to support this one. So that's
Okay,
it.
So we have a motion to deny by Clerk Flintoff and a support by Trustee Brandt, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a roll call vote.
For our rules of order tonight, we're starting with Noel. Motion by Flintoff, support by Brandt in recognition of the cuts, desire of the township to develop affordable housing along Jackson, knowledge that the township has already approved the PUD and SP, a motion to deny Urban Crossroads PUD TIF plan as presented. Noel,
No.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
No.
Carrie,
No.
Yeaple,
No.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
motion fails 3-4.
Sure, briefly.
I just want to respond to John's rhetorical question. I don't think this is the right place to start for the cost. I appreciate you may want to make the motion to approve this, but it is rental housing across from an asphalt plant for multi-million dollars being diverted at a time where we're having extreme cuts.
It's all true.
That's all.
And I'm reminded of the saying that, the perfect is the enemy of the good. This is good, though while it may not be perfect, it moves us in the direction of more housing. And it moves us in the direction of more housing that's subsidized for those who want to live here but otherwise can't afford it. Housing is very expensive in Scio Township, whether you're purchasing something or whether you're renting. And while it might not be perfect, it's a start. The next one can be better. I will make that motion unless someone else wants to, and we'll see how that, I don't know the vote on that. And those who voted on the opposite side made great points about the shopping and where they're gonna shop and the bus lines and all that. But those things can be improved. I just think we need more beds, more body for people who want to live in our township. A lot of our land is preserved and that's great. But that land that's preserved and subject to conservation easement is land that can't be developed for housing. So residential housing in Scio Township, while on Liberty and not Jackson Road, is pretty darn close. And these folks have to build the sidewalk that takes it to there. So, I don't know, let them live here, let them shop here. Anyway, so,
Is that your motion?
no, that's a maxim that doesn't make a damn bit of difference. I would like to make a motion. I got my packet spread out. And my motion is to. I have too many of these things. Help me out here.
Did you,
I could read you the model motion.
Yeah, to approve the Urban Crossroads PUD TIP plan as presented.
That's it. There should have been an item 2 down below as the second option. Sorry.
Yeah. So I move that Scio Township Board of Trustees approve the Urban Crossroads PUD TIP plan as presented at the September 30th, 2025 meeting.
okay, is there support?
Or you can.
I'll support that.
Okay, Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll.
Wait, I
Oh,
have a discussion, please.
Sure.
Okay, I just want to point out numbers again. I'm kind of a stickler. So the total capture is $18,901,000. The subsidy to the renters is roughly $9 million. The subsidy to the developer is $5 million. That totals $14,370,000-ish. If I subtract the total capture from the amount that goes to subsidizing renters and the developers, the difference is $4.5 million. Where is that money going? I don't get it. I mean, we just went through an exercise that said the authority is getting $2.5 million. Where is the rest of this $2 million going?
Gary?
This doesn't make sense.
I can point you to the numbers. If you look at the very top of the TIF reimbursement table.
Which had page numbers, that.
Which page number?
Yeah, there are no page numbers.
It's gonna be.
You have it, right?
I can share it.
It should be the last page of the brownfield thing.
Which
Okay,
is
so
page 27.
Page 27, okay.
So if you look at the very top, it has estimated.
I added page numbers to my copies.
It has estimated capture of 18.1 million, administrative fee of 1.8, state brownfield revolving fund, which is required by statute. 50% of this 6 mil SET needs to be sent to Treasury to be placed into a state brownfield revolving fund. And the local brownfield revolving fund, it says 762, but it's that number down at the bottom. So the balance of that, it shows, as I mentioned earlier, the last year of capture on the TIF table itself. It shows the total amount of increment generated, but they're not using the whole amount that last year. Only a portion of that is being, only 724,000 of that is being used from that year.
Oh, wait a minute, on page 25. It shows state schools, $9 million. Local and county, $9.8 million. So the total capture is $18.9 million.
It's the carve out of the $1,039,000 for the revolving fund and the 1.
Wait, you got, I didn't follow you when you said that on page 27. So there's additional money going to other entities is what you're telling me?
So of the 8.3 million.
Yes.
In state taxes. 1,039,598 by statute goes to Treasury. It's 50% of the state education tax. So 3 of the 6 mills goes to Treasury.
Yep.
To be deposited to a state brownfield revolving.
So that's 1.1 million.
39,000.
Okay, gotcha.
So below that is the administrative fee / LBRF that we discussed earlier, the 1.8 figure. So those are net numbers there, the 7.277 million in state. That's what is going towards reimbursement. And then the local portion, just by way of reference, of that 1.8 million based on the millage rate split, the township share is about $170,000 of that number. And then the net figure of 8 million, which gives you about 15.3 million. The 15,287 number you see there. So you take out the revolving fund component of the 762, that net component is to the developer.
So I'm gonna say again, so, there's an awful lot of money coming from Scio taxpayers to the tune of almost $4.5 million that goes to other entities that I just, it doesn't do anything for the people that need this housing. I don't know what the legislature did when they took a brownfield financing program, which is designed to restore contaminated properties, and applied it to housing. I just don't see where most of this benefit does not go to the people that it's supposed to be serving. So numbers wise, I just don't see why we would say we're gonna take that much money out of our taxes. We're taking it out of transportation that we're already deficit on. We're taking it out of schools, our own operating, our conservation, the LPC, it's coming out of transportation, it's coming out of parks, it's coming out of fire, and then local schools, coming out of county operating, which we benefit from. It's coming out of libraries. It's coming out of the senior millage along with WCC. Is that the mental health?
Community college.
Right, and it's coming out of the WISD. By this decision, will be taking a lot of money that the taxpayers, it's the same argument as the DDA. We're taking a lot of money that taxpayers think it's going to what they voted for, and we're diverting it. I have no problem with the subsidy for the renters. I really have less of a problem with the subsidy to the developer. It's this other huge amount that goes, I guess, to administer this program. It's an obscene number to administer this program. $4.5 million for the county to administer it and for the state to administer it. I just don't understand the logic of this legislation, but I'm not in the legislature.
Clerk Flintoff?
Briefly, a couple points. I just want to share, I checked in with our planner, Laura Krebs, this morning to say, hey, is it your sense that this project is going to proceed even without this TIF? And she said that, it was her sense, we don't know, right? We don't know what their financing is. We can't see everything, but her sense was yes. So I just want to note, we approved the PUD, we approved the site plan without this subsidy. We have no reason to believe this housing would not come to fruition, this project. I want to also note that starting somewhere, certainly, I think we're pretty far from perfection. I don't think perfection should be the enemy of the good, and I appreciate we need to start somewhere. This does not reach a policy goal of the township. This is privately held rental housing in an area that is not as desirable as we would all wish. And we are going to, if we make this decision tonight, we're going to have less of an opportunity to do a better TIF. There is absolutely finite resources we can do. There's going to be maybe 1 or 2 TIFs we can afford to do. I don't want to waste our opportunity to do a TIF with a more meaningful public purpose by wasting that opportunity by approving this tonight. I'll just remind the board, the power to impose a TIF, it's an extraordinary power that a little local governing body such as our township board has. People with much deeper pockets and more political connections are the ones who created this legislation at the state. It is better than nothing, but we can do better than that. This motion would redirect millions of dollars of not the township's money, but of our taxpayers' money who voted. They never once voted to subsidize an apartment complex at the corner of Liberty and Wagner. They voted for library services, WCC, WISD, our fire millage. Think about how hard we worked for that. And this proposed plan does not provide more benefit than the voters enacted through each of their votes on those millages. So I don't see the public purpose, and I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot because it's going to make it harder to do a well thought out TIF that does meet an objective. I would also offer a friendly amendment to my colleagues, Reiser and Yeaple, that you might consider not proposing to approve it as presented. For example, there's typos. It appears city council. Clearly, this plan has not been, well thought out. It's been copy and pasted. So might suggest you put some room in it that there might be an opportunity for somebody to correct some errors. I might suggest that you ask our township attorney to review and approve it and make some of it subject, but this rash decision-making to even if you do have a motion, to please make a responsible motion that at least gives some room to correct errors and provide for legal review.
Okay. I do want to say something. If you remember, our township attorney, David Rowley, warned us about this.
Township attorney.
Oh, can I say attorney?
Mhm.
Oh, I was looking at Mariah when I said that. No, township manager. He warned us about this back in the day when he said, remember it was Optiflow, I believe, that came in front of
For
us.
IFT.
Yeah, and he said, and he was talking about TIFs, all of that we needed to be prepared and to start working on it. And here we are. We haven't done anything. So we need to get on this.
And I'm happy to take leadership on it, but anybody else?
Yeah, I'm happy to
Yeah,
help. work
because
with you. Yeah.
it's not gonna be the last one.
Can I make a comment on that, Julie?
Sure.
So I agree. My feedback would have been, well, it is, that I'm not prepared to do this. I've done analysis, right? I've ripped this document apart. I've tried to group categories of money to show the actual impact instead of bucket. I would not approve this until we're on the cusp of hiring a finance director who can do a legitimate analysis
Agreed.
that we haven't done. Also, I want to point out that back to my rant on administrative costs, this program has 24% administrative costs. What fiscally conservative person thinks that that's reasonable? If I was running a business, I would throw this thing out and said, no, I'm not gonna do this if you're gonna charge me roughly 25% to administer it. I'd say, exit stage left, but I really think it would be better, that we get our own financial analysis and
Agreed.
combine it with what our goals are along Jackson Road.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nathan's had his hand raised, but I was gonna say I would draw my support for the motion on the table at this time, but go ahead, Nathan.
Okay, Nathan?
Well, I was just, I just want to clarify the admin. The 10% is our policy, and you can imagine a TIF plan of just $1 million. 10% of that is almost nothing. So when you apply it to a larger dollar figure plan, it ends up being a bigger number like this. And this is just what we've had in the plan. It's our policy. It was never raised until tonight as an issue. But we will not be taking these numbers because we've got 18 other plans we're capturing on. So this is just the policy, it's just a placeholder, but we're limited by statute how much we can take per year. It's about 250,000. So we won't be capturing anywhere near this. It's just a placeholder.
250,000 times 14 equals what?
No. We're overall between all of our projects, we can only take about $260,000 per year.
Across the entire county.
Yes, this is one out of 18 or 19 or 20 projects when it would capture taxes that would be capturing and paying into the admin.
Yeah, so my colleague said yes, but these are the numbers that speak for themselves. Your policy of doing 10%, I think you made my argument. 10% of $1 million is manageable. 10% of 18,000 is a huge number. So perhaps you would consider changing your policy based on the value of the, and it seems like it's set in stone for what the state's going to take. They're going to take 50% of the,
Of state education.
yeah.
Yeah, we do that on a case by case basis. We've taken 7%, we've taken 3%, we've taken 5%. It just depends. And again, this is the first time it's ever been brought up, and it's something we could have discussed for sure.
Well, maybe we should discuss that.
Treasurer Gable, you have your hand up.
I was just gonna say, I withdraw my support for the motion on the floor, and I would move to table this at this time. Because this has been a lengthy discussion, but I don't think, unless Riser's ready to make a new motion, but at this point, after further consideration, at least at this juncture, I'm not willing to support this.
You wanna table it without a date, or do you wanna postpone it?
I mean, I think we have to answer a lot of questions about Nathan's given us a lot of really good information, but we've come into it an hour after we've gotten to this item. If we had that answer sooner, maybe that would have changed my opinion or someone else's, for or against.
Revisiting the numbers and making sure that they're clear, and if there are savings or things that we could be projecting better, certainly from a administrative position, which from someone sitting in my chair, like, we wanna do this, right? We don't want that to be the problem, right? The statute, it creates this overbearing administrative cost. Certainly, nobody wants that. So, but it sounds like in Nathan's comments that there's some adjustments that can be made there, and perhaps there's something that we can revisit and rediscuss with, more clear numbers and potentially better numbers as it relates to some of these administrative costs and things like that.
And I realize there's still the functional issues that have been raised by others on the board, so I defer to the group.
Clerk Flintoff? Oh, no, wait a minute. Let's, Trustee Noel.
We heard that there was a possibility that you would still build this proposal without the TIF. Where do you stand on that?
You'd have to go back and listen. We have not really looked at this as anything other than this mixed income attainable project in a long time. So I don't have updated anything on that to be able to answer that question at this moment. I mean, this was really, to be honest with you, this was our only goal in taking this project over, was to do it in this fashion to fill a need. As a straight market rate, again, we'd have to reevaluate that, but it's something that we could discuss further if we want to table this and have that discussion next time.
Or did you? Okay.
Thank you.
I was just, trying to think, I mean, the developer, I think, could use some certainty about where things are at. I want to confirm, though, with Nathan, like, is there any, if the board were to say no to this, what's before us tonight, is there anything that stops, you from coming back to us again, Nathan, with another TIF proposal for this project?
Well, you all are in the driver's seat, so this goes.
Not really.
This goes nowhere unless you approve it, so it would not be up to me whether something were taken back to you. It would really be up to the developer whether he wants to come back and revise it in some way.
And Nathan, I want to just say, I have been, noting some process improvements. I want to also say publicly that I think that you are a great resource and do great service for the county. And I do want to thank you for that. I think we just have to figure out how we can get, Scio Township to work with you, who's, I think, the only person in the county who has this TIF expertise, Nathan. It's not something we have in-house, but like engage about how we can use this tool to meet some of our goals. And so it's sort of, I was, I think that when it gets so far along and people spend so much money and time, and then it comes to us to say, do we want to divert taxpayers' monies from other units? It's hard. We need to retool the process a little bit. And so I just want to know, like, if the board were to vote no on this particular plan tonight, are you saying that if there's people on this board who are interested in developing a new TIF proposal, that they could work with you on that, Nathan? Or would the board work with, I mean, it's just a little odd, right? Like, why would the township work with we would work with the developer, but it's just, where does it start? Because we need your expertise to formulate a TIF plan that would make sense for Scio.
I think it's a collaboration. It would be collaboration between the subcommittee of my authority, who are really good at this. They've been doing it a long time, the township, and the developer and his team. It would be a negotiated, collaboration.
I'd like something like that.
I want to say, I think that this discussion has been very fruitful for all of us to understand the process. So I think it's worthwhile. I appreciate, Ryan, your goals. I really do. The previous developer, I wouldn't support anything that he brought. He was obviously not in it for the renters. But I do appreciate everything you're doing, and I'm glad we've had the discussion.
Is there a motion on the table?
There was.
But I can withdraw that if we just
I was
want to
gonna
move
say.
on and not do anything specific.
I just want to say, I don't have support. I have a motion by Yapel to table, no support. I would just note too, the board also doesn't have to take action.
Yeah, we could just not take action. I'd be
That's
happy to
true,
withdraw.
because the denial.
Motion to table.
Well, excuse me, postpone to a specific date, or how much time do you need, or we need?
I think if he withdrew his motion of my motion, I think my motion fails for lack of a second.
Correct.
And now there's a motion to table it, then I would support Ryan's motion to table, whether that's to a date specific or whether that's to be brought back.
I think to be brought back at a future meeting, I think the functional steps are, we need to have either a subcommittee of the board or something where we work with Ryan Tobias's team and Nathan to come up with something that we all agree on and can understand and can wrap our heads around, and at least believe we would have majority support. Because otherwise, I don't think it makes sense to bring it back anyways. So
And I'm interested in working on like the TIF stuff more broadly, not
Yeah.
specific to this project,
Okay.
but like get it together so we can have an
I'm-
ordinance and
I'm-
move these
I'm
things
interested in
forward
that.
faster.
For what it's worth too, or Quintoff, I mean, we'd be interested in that as well. It's a great way to have like guidelines, you know, and so that you know the direction that a municipality is looking to go, the areas that they're looking to support and things like that. Or folks like us that obviously that takes some of the cost and uncertainty and everything else out of the equation, all that just adds up.
It
So
is, and it's
we'd
much
certainly
more
be-
fair to you all, and we've just never, done this before. I mean, we did a DDA 37 years ago. We just dissolved it. That was our last TIF. We've done a pilot. We denied an IFT. The OptiFlow example you raised, Jillian, was for the same reason. It was gonna be one of the same reasons discussed it. They were gonna be built anyways.
For our part, I would be hesitant to commit to a date, just not knowing quite yet the logistics
Pieces,
of this
yeah.
discussion and what all needs to happen, so. But
Understand.
it's worth if we could say at a future meeting or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would be our preference.
And I would, Treasurer Gable, if you're willing, you have all the numbers.
Yeah.
You know how to look at that stuff.
Yep.
I'm glad that you do. If we could have Treasurer Gable, and if there was somebody else that wanted to work on this project, or not specifically, but however that.
think it would be specific to this project.
Well, I
Um,
think there's the broad thing that we have to accomplish as a board as far as what TIF policy becomes. I think that's going to probably take longer than getting
Okay.
the answer for this particular application for a TIF. I think is what Clerk Flintoff's alluding at, and I agree. I
think we could do the broader TIF policy within 6 months if we
Yeah.
really hammered it out with Nathan. He's got some models.
But that's separate.
People can't come back for 6 months?
No,
Okay,
these are separate things.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Because,
Let's,
concurrent.
okay.
okay, so what is the model motion? Did we,
Right now, I have a motion by Yeaple, support by Riser, to table and be brought back at a future date. But there's no detail on what would happen between now and then. And there have been no volunteers to work on this,
Other than me,
other than Ryan, thank you.
I mean, the other thing is if we just, I'm gonna try and, hold on.
I also just want to note that if the board doesn't take action, there would be nothing that precludes a member of this board to bring this back when they feel that they might enjoy more support.
I think that would be more functional,
no action?
correct? So I withdraw that motion.
Okay.
Or wait, did Riser make it?
Then I move to approve the Urban Crossroads PUD TIF plan as presented.
What?
If it doesn't have support, it doesn't have support.
Exactly.
I'm gonna support it, whether a majority of this board doesn't, but to kind of put it in this purgatory.
Exactly.
Or this is cruel to these folks. Let them have finality, and then if they need to come up with a better product or a different approach, so.
I agree with you.
Okay, so are you gonna support my motion?
I'll support your motion for that reason.
Wait a minute, could you restate the motion?
I move to approve the Urban Crossroads PUD TIF plan as presented tonight, that is September 30th, 2025.
Well, that's not what we discussed.
Well, it is the same motion on the floor to approve as presented. It's exactly the same motion formerly supported.
Okay, so.
Instead of Ryan seconding it?
Wait a minute, did
No.
Brian, you remove your table?
Yes, I did. Well, yeah, I said we don't have to take any action. We can work on this without a formal motion of the board.
Yeah, I will just, you know what, John, I'm not gonna say, I just think
We
we
just
should
need to
make a
move on.
motion to deny it or do nothing.
Well, we've already,
We don't have to take any action on this if we don't want to. The motion to deny already failed. And that's where we're at.
Let's take no action and move on.
So I have a motion on the floor.
Oh.
If it dies for lack of a second, it dies for lack of a second.
Okay, let's just get this over with, please. I'm sorry, but it's.
Riser has a motion to approve the TIF as presented. Is there a second?
Moving on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So formally, board take no action. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Nathan, thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
Nathan.
Thank you. And Jared, thank you.
So excruciating.
Safe travels.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
Ah, support.
Is
We're
this,
not there yet.
Eight.
is this Wednesday, October
A
first
three.
yet?
Aurora?
Hello.
You were walking around trying to stay awake, is that what it was? Okay.
Too long.
So this is, oh, K3, oh, shoot, let me go back to. Is it? Approval, excuse me, approval of increase of UNA, long-term disability monthly benefits from $5,000 to $6,000? Okay,
I received by email this afternoon from our third-party administrator that the fiscal impact then is different. So I wanted to make sure I let you know it's lower.
Oh.
And then we can move on with the model motion. Fiscal impact monthly is $65.67 and annually $788.04. Of course, from that same account, 724.
A model motion, did you want to suggest right now, it says effective 10/1. Do you want it to be effective 11/1?
Yes.
Okay. I would,
Came off the consent.
so we're looking at agenda K3. I want to thank the HR manager and treasurer for bringing this forward. Hopefully our employees don't need long-term disability, but if they do, I'm glad we can increase the benefit a bit. I'd make a motion to approve an increase of UNAM long-term disability monthly benefit from $5,000 to $6,000 effective November 1st, 2025.
Support.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Motion passes 7-0. That was an aye from him as well. Okay, thank you. And then while you're still here,
The next one is mine.
01, possible action employee handbook updates, longevity pay continuation for at maximum pay employees and implementation of performance-based increases. Don't say that at all in one breath. It hurts.
I think there was a question about performance management too, what?
Yeah, the public's comment specifically was the performance management timeline. I think if you could just briefly remind us what that was.
Right, so the first performance review, performance management appraisal, whatever terminology you want to use, would be conducted annually during January each year, beginning in 2027, but the evaluation period would be February 2026 to January 2027 to get the full 12 months in. And I would, of course, have a calendar that would lead up to that. So it would include the job expectations that the manager and the employee would sit down and discuss first off. And then from that point on, then there would be consistent feedback or coaching regarding those same job expectations or job goals with accountability to meet those goals. And of course, the outcome would be performance improvement if needed be, or satisfactory performance, excellent performance, etc.
Did anyone else have a question? Trustee Reed or a comment?
the way I read this, there will be no adjustments to salary from now until January of 2027.
So in, my hope is that the, evaluation for the market data review would be in, January of 2026. So we would complete that market data review, through Romberg, under the suggested action, salary range of the steps, evaluation during market data review, and would be effective January 2026.
I didn't see that here in the
So-
documentation. So there's going to be another salary review, salary analysis. And depending on the results, there may or may not be adjustments in January of 26.
For market data, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So it is January 2020. So we would have to get with Romberg and do that in the next month or two.
Right, a couple of months, and I'm already in,
Right on.
conversations with them, letting them know that we're not going to have that right now, but in the next couple of months, December.
That's wonderful.
Laura, so Romberg Stover, was that part of the original contract with them, or will there be other expenditures?
There would be other expenditures, it would be between 500 to 1,000.
Okay, so that's less than what we, a lot less
Yeah,
than
yeah.
before. And with the market analysis, if we need to make adjustments, would that be part of the budget for budget year 2027 fiscal, right? Is that the right, because we're in 2026? Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're talking.
I just had a couple of small questions about the language. I want to thank you for this work, and I just want to thank all the staff because I know that it is growing pains to go from the Wild West of Scio Township of the past to actually trying to have equity and performance-based, and for this organization to go from being a family to an organization that bases our decisions on market needs in order to conserve resources. So I do want to ask, under section 44, performance management, salary and valuation, paragraph eligibility, I wonder if I might suggest one small clarifying edit and 1 year anniversary from date of hire. And I'm suggesting that just for clarity, that we're all talking about the same anniversary date, not from date of board approval or completion of introductory period, but from date of hire. And a second question under salary reviews, second paragraph, market-based compensation adjustment does not apply to an employee at maximum pay red circled or to those covered by a collective bargaining agreement. So does not apply to an employee at maximum pay red circled. So let's talk through that situation. Would it not apply if that range went past that red circle?
It would, but the way I was wording it was if they were at red circle, then they would not get that maximum pay. So I guess I'm in reverse.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
the adjustment, if there were any adjustments applicable, if they were already at maximum pay or red circled, then they would not get that increase. But I can.
well, and I hadn't, in our, brief conversations, your presentation board, I hadn't really, I think I'd had a slightly different understanding that if the market, let's say that I'm maxed out at, $10,000 a year, whatever it is, then if the market goes to up to 10,250, would I not get that extra 250?
But because now you're no longer red circled.
Mhm.
Because.
Okay, perfect.
Right.
Because, so the range can expand. Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to check for understanding. Then I'm fine with that language. Thank you.
Trustee Ricer, did you have your hand up?
No,
Okay,
I was getting it.
I'm okay. You, okay, then Brian disappeared. He's sleeping under the highest. Okay, well, is there,
I'll move the motion.
which is, where is it?
I'll support.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Oppose? None. Motion passes 6-0 at this point.
Yeah, okay, noted.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Great job.
thanks for sticking with us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
It travels to you.
Did we,
Yeah, we're at 04.
so uniforms, so uniforms and.
So O2 and
Oh,
O3 were approved on consent. We're now on O4, followed by O5, O6, and K11.
Okay, I moved 04 because I thought I had it backwards.
It's
Okay,
the-
so 04, the multimodal transportation committee charge. Correct?
Yes.
Possible action. Okay, Treasurer Yeaple.
So, thank you. During discussions on the purchase of service agreement for triple ATA wave, as well as planning commission discussions and transit bus advisory committee meetings, need for coordination, advocacy, and advising on multimodal transportation has been identified. The charge of the Scio Township Multimodal Transportation Committee is being brought forward to address these needs. Both the office coordinator and myself recommend approval. The draft or the committee chart, just as a draft, is attached, but what it really needs is a couple of minor tweaks. You'll see when you open up the attachment that under item 2, membership and term of office, the Multimodal Transportation Committee shall consist of up to 5 members, to include 2 members of the Board of Trustees, 1 member of the Scio Township Planning Commission. I'd recommend that be 2 members of the Planning Commission. And instead of 1 member from Western Washington Area Value Express, I recommend that the Scio Township Manager, or in this case, the Scio Township Office Coordinator, be the 5th member, and technical support from the Ann Arbor Area Transit Authority, Western Washington Area Value Express, and from SEMCOG.
So.
It just changes the membership. It still has 5 members, but instead of WAVE having a membership seat and triple ATA not, it makes more of the membership Scio Township related parties. Actually, all of them Scio Township related parties.
I want to make sure I understand. The committee
Yeah.
will be up to 5 members, including 2 members from the Board of Trustees, 2 members of the Planning Commission,
Correct.
and then the Scio Township, if I could offer, Operations Director,
Yes, thank you.
with technical support from AAATA, SEMCOG, and WAVE.
Right here.
Okay.
Is that correct, Ryan?
Correct.
Okay.
I spoke to the planning commission chair by phone today. She was very supportive of the charge and was excited to bring it up at their next meeting to recommend members.
Okay.
But
Any other, was there, you said minor, other?
nope, that was the minor changes I had, unless somebody else had something. Otherwise, I just asked before I moved the model motion that, I guess, 2 questions. One, Clerk Flintoff, should I change office coordinator title there? Should I leave that? I don't know, my brain's.
I think that's just
Fine.
fine. I just want to have it as Operations Director in the charge, if that's.
Okay, makes sense. And then I'd be looking for, I recommend myself, but I'm open to the board. If the board has 2 other members, I'm happy to step back and let 2 other people participate. Just need to have those names in order to move the model motion.
I want to thank you for stepping forward on this, Ryan, and you too, Christy. I know we have a lot of work to do on the contract. With the broad scope, would just ask that this committee really prioritize the projections we need for next fiscal year.
I have a question. So if office coordinator, when we have our operations director, then office coordinator would step down? Okay,
Yep, that's the correction. Clerk Flintoff help us in the charge.
you need a break. Okay. Okay. So trustee Reed is volunteering himself.
So at that point, unless I see anyone else.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, she's on vacation.
Okay, I make the model motion to adopt the multimodal transportation committee charge, which shall replace the transit and bus advisory committee and to appoint office coordinator Aiken, treasurer Yapel, and trustee Reed.
Support.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Motion passes.
All right. We'll get the page updated on the website, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to 05 next. No, that's not it. Yeah, that is it.
Yep.
Okay. And that. It's Ryan and Riser. Okay, where's?
I had a copy of it somewhere. What did I do with that? Oh, thank you. I think I gave all my copies away. So after last Thursday's meeting, the board by consensus had asked trustee Riser and myself to come up with a motion to take next steps on the trash issue. After consulting with trustee Riser and our township attorney, both yesterday and today, the motion that I would lay on the table is a motion that the township attorney be directed to negotiate a contract extension with Priority Waste and to work with Warma delegate and alternate delegate Tom Oth and Mark Perry to develop a request for proposal or invitation to bid for Scio Township garbage and recycling services. But I'll throw that on the table. We can discuss.
Well, wait a minute. If I remember correctly, the Gretchen Driscoll, her and Matt Nod, I don't remember where he came from, but he was helping, but they were
Yeah.
going to help with this request for proposal.
I'd be happy to add them to the,
They
Yes.
might, yeah, they might, they were gonna give us a proposal of.
Yeah.
sorts. That-
Right,
This
because-
does not conflict.
Well, if we have Tom Oth and Mark Perry to develop a request for proposal for invitation to bid, then that does conflict.
I
I'd-
think what they would be providing is technical assistance to whoever we assume to be responsible.
I would like them to be involved. Or
I
have
also
that
would-
in the
I would also like them involved. I don't know that we can assign, I don't think we should assign them to be committee members, but I would welcome their proposal.
With the assistance of, Washington County Water Resources Commission,
Yeah,
Commissioner staff.
I'm Riser, I'm just thinking how to word that.
No, to develop a request for Scio Township garbage and recycling services, comma, with the assistance of the, Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner.
what?
You want to require that at this point?
No, I said with the assistance.
Well, we don't even know if they're definitely gonna help us. We hope they do.
Well, they were here supporting and
I
they have
think-
a budget that they were gonna look at.
I think being
In
prescriptive,
coordination with, but
But if you put it in your motion, you're requiring it to happen.
no, I.
So why don't you just make a suggestion that they're involved?
I'll make a suggestion on the record that if the staff of the Washington County Water Resources Commission is available and budgetarily inclined, that we would greatly appreciate their assistance.
Yeah, because I don't want to be in another situation that we're in now because we had some volunteers and I appreciate the volunteers, but we have a ongoing trash issue,
I mean-
trash fiasco issue.
With input, assistance, consultation, they're not gonna,
Technical assistance.
right, but in other words, they're not gonna be in the necessarily, our township attorney is gonna be doing the negotiating. That doesn't mean they're gonna be in the room where it happened.
Our township attorney does not seem supportive of this idea.
Well, this is a contract extension, but then there's also to develop a request for proposal.
Well.
And
we
I
could-
thought, from what I understood, is that the township attorney and then Tom Oth wanted to sit in, and I don't know what he wanted to do. Listen?
I just want to know, right now, we have a motion by Yeaple with no second.
I will second.
Okay, sorry.
No, after point of order, you were making a point of order.
And Ryan, since you have my only copy, if you'd be so kind to annotate for the
Yes.
official record, thank you.
Yes, yes.
And does Mark Perry even know? Because he wasn't here at the last meeting.
I assume you guys asked him, right?
Yep.
I would like to split this motion, please.
Okay.
What did you say, John?
I would like to split the motion.
I'll support that. How do you want to split it?
The first motion that the township attorney be directed to negotiate a contract extension with Priority Waste.
Okay.
Okay, I would, okay. I'd be in support of splitting it. If we need to vote on the splitter, you just vote.
I would just say let's vote on this. I would support, oh, well, I guess, does it go back to the who first seconded the first motion?
I think you guys can consider it as a friendly
Right.
amendment to split.
Yeah, well, I'm seconding, so I will
Okay.
consider it.
So, okay, to split, so we don't have to vote on this.
You gotta vote on part one.
Okay. And then,
Can we vote on part one?
Yeah, could we?
yes,
vote? Yeah.
let's do part one.
Can I just state, not for an amendment, but just for the record that, with the goal to a contract extension with Priority Waste, to meet the goals that we've previously set forth on the record.
Yes, because it
You-
was
you want-
here.
I don't know the specifics, but just kind of
Okay.
some latitude for negotiation.
How long it is a function of that negotiation, and the
Mhm.
price,
Exactly.
duration and price are the sticking points.
Correct.
Answers. So
But there
that's-
was a two-year was thrown out at the last,
It
or
was thrown
thrown,
out, but-
or not thrown out, but presented.
On advice of counsel, I
Yeah.
encourage us not to discuss this on the
But so
record.
6 months it was
Well,
as
it
well.
was discussed
So
last time.
I think that's, she'll report, she and
Yep,
Jane. will
Okay.
report back.
yep.
And Mariah, are you good taking the lead on this? I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
You're not a volunteer, but I know you're feeling like one now. So there's a motion by Yeaple, support by Grant, on the motion that the township attorney be directed, so much passive tense, to negotiate a contract extension with Priority Waste.
Okay.
I credit Riser with the passive time.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes 7-0.
Is the second one that the township directs the Scio Township directs the Scio Township attorney to work with the Warman delegate and alternate delegate Tom Oth.
But my question here, and this is where I'm a
I'm
little
not just trying
confused.
to clarify.
Yeah, but requests for proposal to go out for other companies, because this is to potentially see if other companies would bid, so.
Right, if we have a contract extension with Priority, that means we might not have a contract with Priority any farther longer than the contract, so that's something we'll likely need.
The idea of the extension is to get enough time
Breathing room.
to put an RFP out and see if there's any other interest from any
Okay.
other company.
That's what I remember.
Mhm.
But I don't remember Tom Oth and Mark Perry being part of the request for proposal.
That was the end of the meeting.
Yeah, they were.
No, I remember Tom, I remember, Gretchen and Matt offering, and then Tom wanting to sit in and listen and whatnot, but I did not hear that he was to be part of the delegate, and to develop a request for proposal.
But we didn't make any action. We didn't take any action, which is why we asked Brian and John to think further about it and bring back a proposed action.
Jillian, I take your point and I agree with your point. If the Water Resources Commissioner and staff, if they're willing to offer our services, that's absolutely something that they should do. We can include it in, or we can just, if you want to say, to work with RMA delegate and alternate delegate, or it could be consult with.
Well, and here's the thing is that, right, because the consulting part, they're gonna look at our needs, our ordinance and whatnot, and then base that RFP. I just don't want an RFP that is going to, I don't even know what this RFP is going to include.
Gonna see.
Yeah, wait,
Oh, it'd be, right, before we,
Yeah.
yes, that's true, okay.
So
I'm tired and I'm overthinking.
So maybe it's consult with WRMA delegate and alternate delegate Tom Oth and Mark Perry and Water Resources Commissioner staff to consult with. I mean, I take your point. I'm trying to embed it. We're with you on this.
Okay, go ahead, say that again.
To consult with WRMA delegate and alternate delegate Tom Oth and Mark Perry and Washtenaw Water Resources Commissioner staff, to develop I don't know if we call it a RFP or ITB, but that's why I say request for a proposal or invitation to bid for Scio Township garbage and recycling service.
So a township attorney to. Yes, because
Move that the township.
this is,
We-
right.
The board directs, which is much more active, the township attorney to consult with WRMA delegate and alternate delegate Tom Oth and Mark Perry, and Washtenaw Water Resources Commissioner staff, to develop a request for a proposal or invitation to bid for Scio Township garbage and recycling services, period.
Okay.
I can write it up.
yeah, you're gonna write that down, because I could not keep up with how fast you were typing.
Yeah, would you please write it down? So
I got the first motion written down for
I-
Jessica.
I would suggest, can we just keep this, I loved the technical assistance they were pitching, but I'd like to keep that as a suggestion and out of the motion. I don't
support
know
that.
that we would want to be directing our township attorney to work with a different agency who may or may not have our same interests.
Well, I would like to see what they have to offer though. I mean, and they said that they were gonna get back with us, I don't know when.
Another great reason not to, no offense to them, but like, we can use them as they are available. It's not a prohibition.
It's not.
No, it's not dependent, but I don't want it to, be pushed aside either.
So Tom Oth left me a voicemail this afternoon. I think he's interested in
Very
being
interested.
involved.
Which is really nice. I really appreciate it, Tom and.
Yes,
And Mark, they're interested.
yes.
They got our backs.
There's no question they're interested, Julie.
Well, no, that's not the issue either. I just don't want to have another repeat of what happened 5 years ago
What do you mean?
And I,
How do you?
with the contract and whatnot. They were on the board for that, I appreciate their volunteering, but they were on the committee along with David Reed.
10 years.
Was it?
You said 5.
No, it was 5. Yeah, 2019, 20. 2019.
I will.
2018.
I will just say, I think that committee did a good job. We don't need to relitigate this. I think the problem was in the contract negotiation.
technical assistance from.
Well, that's true, because you know what, I know that Mark Perry did not choose GFL.
Okay,
So is there, I don't know if there's a motion on the floor.
I
You,
mean,
you had a motion and you were talking too fast and people are trying to write it down.
I would just go back to this motion, John. I rewrote it. A motion that the board directs the township attorney to consult with Warma delegate Tom Oth and Warma alternate Mark Perry to develop a request for a proposal or invitation to bid for Scio Township garbage and recycling services.
Support.
Okay, all in favor? Did you, everybody hear that?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, oppose? None, motion passes 7-0. So tired.
Thank you, Mark and Tom and everybody who,
Yep.
and Mariah for your future work on it.
Thank you.
Okay,
Uh,
so
06.
2025
Yeah.
Scio Township Second Agreement.
yes, okay, so while Adam Lape was on, he was gonna speak during public comments, but he was on his way to a some type of conference, seminar, whatever, and he got pulled away. So he did send an email at 7:30 and I have forwarded it to the board. So as I said earlier, let me go back. What did I say earlier? So I was approached by Ann Arbor Township Supervisor, and they had extra funding or funding that was left over from their road improvement list from this year, this past season, for about $40,000. And they wanted to apply that to North Maple Road. But North Maple Road is a boundary road. So we share that road with Ann Arbor Township. And their board wants to spend that money on North Maple, but they will not do it unless Scio Township agrees to partner with them. So contacted Adam Lape and I guess they were talking or whatnot, and then Adam, anyways, there was a conversation and Adam said that that would be great if we could do that, but we have to check on the funding to see what we have, if we have any left over. And when we have an agreement with them, they always estimate high. And then usually there's money that's left over. And it just so happens that we do have money that has not been used. It's actually 38,546 or something to that effect or amount. So anyways, we had a conversation earlier in the attorney meeting, and because this all just happened in the past, I think Friday it began. So Adam had his staff, Tiffany, send over through an email. And if I didn't forward that to you, I apologize. But you do have a copy of it. And here it is, $38,574.32. So they were asking for matching. I verified with Adam today that even though it states in the agreement 40,000, that's only to match what Ann Arbor Township had said. But he has guaranteed that we will not, if it goes over the $38,574.32, that they could use road commission maintenance funds to cover the cost. He expects that it's gonna come under the 40,000 for both townships. But I feel that this is a really good partnership, and especially for North Maple. And the reason why is because, and I've got to find my note. North Maple, the last time it had, no, that's not it. In 2020, we partnered with Ann Arbor Township for some drainage work. They paid, they contributed 8,000, we contributed 8,000 for $16,000 total. That North Maple really hasn't had much work done as far as gravel since 2012. And that's when Ann Arbor Township and Scio Township, we each contributed 32,000 for a total of 64,000. So this road has not had gravel up or limestone, actually, it's gravel uplift since, well, geez, it's been 13 years. Gravel roads should have some type of limestone added to depending on how high of the traffic, between 5 and 8 years. So we are overdue for that section. And this is an opportunity because of Ann Arbor Township and them having the funds.
I'll move the motion.
Oh, one thing, this agreement will be tweaked a bit to say not to exceed and also what Adam has emailed. Do I need to read his email? Should I do that?
I just want to know what David's motion is.
Oh,
I move the motion to approve the spending $40,000 to do a gravel uplift on our part of Maple Road. Up not to exceed $40,000 or $38,541.
or whatever, let me see. $38,574.32.
I think this needs more definition of.
Yeah. I'm just trying to
Where
get
is
the
this?
motion on the table, if we could, Kathleen. A motion to approve spending, David, your motion is to approve spending up to $38,574.32. For what purpose and from what source?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, no, there's no more, this is the money that has not, that is, because we approved the 321,000 for our road project list. So this is what was not used because these other projects came under fund.
And
So there's no money out of pocket. We've already allocated that.
so I just want to say, and we talked about this briefly, and I know this is urgent, and this came up today in our attorney meeting. I'll repeat, what I said there, and Brian, I still can't log into BSNA, which is driving me crazy, so I may need to rely on you here.
Sure, I'm in.
Okay, so we passed a contract for a certain not to exceed amount. We've been billed we haven't yet gotten the final invoice. And so we still are expecting an invoice to come in from the road commission. And I don't know from our end for sure that we have leftover money. I have no reason to doubt the email Jillian got from Tiffany today, but I don't know that there's anything binding about that. And so what I suggested was that if there's any amendment to our road commission contract, that we have some language that says it's not to exceed a total amount of, and then Ryan, what is our current WCRC contract cost? Just so we don't authorize 40,000 more.
Yeah, the current budgeted amount is 321. Let me look at the
But the
contract.
contract is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
I know, sorry, thanks.
Was 321 plus the
No.
matching grant. Yeah. Because that's all we had.
All 50% of what we contracted for was billed to us on this invoice, which we paid $321,047.
321.47 is the contract.
Correct.
So is there a way, Jillian, I don't know if you've had a chance to ask them, but can we get an agreement that has a total not to exceed
Yes, and
of 321.047?
That's, he said to put the not to exceed and then the number, and that we would initial that on this one because it was already after 3 o'clock. Let me read his email to you. No, let me read this because I think it'll clarify. Please use this information as background information as necessary. I wasn't able to provide public comments, so I will remain available for the remainder of the week if there are questions. Our goal is to create a partnership project with Ann Arbor Township for spot application of 23A limestone along Maple Road that borders Scio and Ann Arbor. Okay, we already know that. Previously, the two townships have partnered to improve, Foster Bridge, and okay, the project will utilize surplus funds to spread 4,000 tons of material. There will be no additional cost to Scio Township in 2025. This is set as a not to exceed project estimation of 40,000. Our team is confident that savings will keep the project total below the estimated project cost. The township will only be invoiced for actual project costs. I will ensure the cost remains below the project estimate.
And I know you said earlier today that this couldn't wait till October 14th,
Correct.
and I'm not unsupportive of the idea. I think at a minimum, at this late hour, just what I would want is, I would be supportive of a motion or a contract that actually limits our cost to 321,047. And I don't know, I
Yeah,
assume Mariah hasn't had a chance to rework this. I don't know when you would have.
Well,
It's been a crazy.
Yeah, and the 40,000 has to be here because of their 40,000. So it's got to be matching in order for Ann Arbor Township and whatever. So if we spend 38,574, then they will. But they have the 40,000. That's their number.
Let me
Okay.
ask you a question.
David's doing math.
I'm sorry.
David's doing math.
Brian, you said our budget, what we approved for the road commission was 300 and what?
321,047.
Okay.
David, you're not including your, you need to include the matching grant, which is 113,000.
Well, I'm looking at okay, because the estimated cost is $454,300.
Correct.
That's what these estimated costs.
Then you have
Okay.
to take the matching grant,
Okay,
which
all right,
Julie
all right.
just said they did.
Fine.
Yep.
Why wouldn't you say it not to, it should be written as not to exceed $38,574.32. It's matching, it would be the same thing for Ann Arbor Township.
Because we haven't been billed these numbers yet.
Yeah, those aren't our numbers, Kathleen. And so we can't verify those numbers.
It might be 38,005, it might be 39,2.
This, I mean, again, I really think if we, had a second agreement, or maybe there's even a motion, to be supportive, but we need the agreement language to meet our financial constraints and be reviewed by our attorney. Because I just, right now, this reads as $40,000 more.
No,
Okay.
is,
What if I take a stab at it and tell me if this is a bad idea? What if we make a motion that we would like to partner with Ann Arbor Township, subject to attorney and finance review of a second edit, or what's this called? A second agreement with the Washtenaw County Road Commission, would that work? Up
Yeah.
to, not to exceed $321,047.
I would support that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me write that
the
down.
email
sorry.
from 11:50 a.m. My team will send you a draft agreement for your board to review and sign this evening, totaling 40,000
Right.
per, okay, and then it
Friendly
says,
amendment.
this project is made possible from residual funds created in 2025 construction project efficiencies. No additional funding will be necessary at this time to partner with
Right,
Ann Arbor.
but I would want that in the contract.
Oh, yes, absolutely, and he
that's-
said that will be.
But it's not in what's here.
Right, because everything came over and then 3 o'clock, the road commission closes. So
Yeah.
a lot of this
But if
happened.
this is, I know, it's just, if this is, I appreciate that you feel this is urgent, but I don't want to get the township in a situation that we've committed to something we don't have.
Friendly amendment, please.
The one thing is that they're ordering their last round of limestone, and so they're seasonal, I mean, they're wrapping up their season. That's why it can't wait for 2 more weeks.
Trustee Brandt is asking for.
Oh, I'm
Oh, I'm sorry.
Friendly amendment to add distance of the project. How long is it?
Where's the stop and end point on every other project on this email chain? There's start and end points identified by streets or
Here,
distance.
it's North Maple from, so who's in one of these?
Because this is going to be really, so it's really to support the development, to support the a 2025 Scio Township second agreement with the Washington County Road Commission to amend our current contract to add
Is it any email?
line,
Like 23A limestone?
yeah, it just says township-wide limestone, so to.
Oh, that's there,
It's just-
that is, okay, the Ann Arbor Township, they,
It doesn't even say Maple, bro.
yeah, it's, okay. I wonder if this is the same contract that they use for Ann Arbor, because they have township-wide limestone
Yeah,
as part of their program.
I just wish they
think
could have
this is-
spent more
I
than
think
5
this is
minutes
too
on
far
it
to
if they cared.
field.
It is. Too
I-
far.
It's too far. We have to.
We've tried. I feel like with.
If
the-
it was like one thing, like editing a word, sure.
Yeah, I
can't.
just feel like we've
support
had
this
so
tonight.
many, like
Well,
between the
then we're
park
gonna lose out.
naming and this.
We're gonna lose out on, a partnership with Ann Arbor for a stretch of road that hasn't had any work done. So we
I'm
could not to
supportive of
exceed
it.
40,000, for the,
To add limestone for
North
the
Maple.
Scio Township's portion of North Maple in partnership with Ann Arbor Township. And not to exceed total already authorized amount of 321,047, subject to attorney approval. So this would be an amendment. It'd basically be like amending the list.
Yeah, I could live with that.
Does that make sense?
So
Is that,
motion to approve, motion to support, or motion to approve?
motion to develop and
Develop.
approve a 2025 Scio Township second agreement with the Road Commission to amend our current contract to add limestone for Scio Township's portion of North Maple Road in partnership with Ann Arbor Township and not to exceed total amount already authorized amount of $321,047, subject to attorney approval. Does that work?
I could live with that.
But there's also the matching grant portion, because that's, all that combined has provided us with the excess, what did he say?
Well, this would still allow them to continue to spend their money on us. What I'm saying is, I don't want the township to commit ourselves to more money. If the road commission has just told us, hey, great news, the projects we've promised to do for you are gonna cost less, I don't want to turn around and give them more money.
Well, that's the whole point of why they are presenting this. We don't have to approve any more money because the money's already there.
And that's what this would say. I think by having a motion to say that it shall be within our already authorized amount of
Mhm.
327,047, because that's the amount our total contract is for with them.
Right, but we should also say not to exceed this 40,000.
We're already saying that the not to exceed 321,000.
Yeah, they're saying they have left over money. I mean, if it costs them $50,000, I don't really care as long as they can get it done for under our 321,047.
Yep, fine with me.
Am I understanding this correctly?
No, because we've already approved this 321,000 with the matching grant. They've done the projects. And the projects have come under except for,
But these are their numbers. They're not our numbers. We don't know what they're actually going to invoice us for.
well, this is, but it's not going to change because they've already done these projects. So this is what is left over. These are the excess funds, the 38,574 and 32 cents.
Right, which is a portion of the 321,047. What I'm saying is, we're able to get more work done for the same amount of money, is what you're kind of saying.
Both are saying exactly the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, we're gonna,
okay, you got it. Thank you. Okay, it's late.
So we have a motion by Yeaple, support by Flintoff, to develop and approve a 2025 Scio Township second agreement with the Road Commission to amend our current contract to add limestone for Scio Township's portion of North Maple Road in partnership with Ann Arbor Township, and not to exceed the already authorized amount of $321,047, subject to attorney approval.
I respond, but.
I would actually, a friendly amendment, the 321,000, including the matching grant, because without the matching grant, then we wouldn't have this excess.
But we don't authorize money that's not ours.
Yeah.
Also true.
Okay, you got it?
yes.
Okay, all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, all right. We did have support, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Motion by Yeaple, support by Flintoff, voice vote.
We all said aye.
Yes.
Oppose any? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
On to the newsletter.
Yeah, so there's an article about the DDA by Mary Gillis. And there is a statement in here that is not accurate. But the current Board of Trustees deemed that the ethical thing to do was to stop redirecting tax monies that taxpayers had voted to support parks, libraries, and schools. No, some board members deemed that the ethical thing to do. Because it was not a unanimous vote.
But it's the vote of the board. It is accurate.
Well, I'm sorry, but I disagree with the ethical thing to do, because that is certain persons' opinions and not the whole board. If it was the whole board, 7-0, that would have been different. And then I'm not finished, please. I'm not finished. And also, there's quotes in here from Clerk Flintoff and David Reed. And there's other people that have opinions that have not been implemented in this as well. So I think it's only fair that if there's two people that, from the board, and because we're saying that the whole board approved this ethical thing to do, then, but only two trustees are quoted, that is not the whole board.
So Jillian, would you like to make a motion to change something?
Yes, I would.
Okay, go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to change but the current Board of Trustees deemed, I would like that to say, some Board of Trustees members deemed.
I'm sorry.
I also had a thing too, but go ahead.
I just had a comment, but we'll wait to see if there's a second, Jillian, before. I think there's more discussion.
So on the discussion part, I had a couple of things that I wanted to point out, and I was going to suggest that the Board of Trustees voted to dissolve the DDA because the purpose for which it was created have been accomplished. I wanted to leave it just because I don't think they didn't vote that it was ethical or not ethical. I think they voted to dissolve it. I just wanted it to be more of a
Factual.
yeah, just kind of like, what do we vote? We voted, the motion was this, so that's what I was going to suggest, voted to dissolve the DDA because the purposes for which it was created have been accomplished. Something kind of like,
Reasonable.
neutral.
I would be in agreement with that.
And then I was gonna, as Clerk Flintoff stated, I wasn't gonna touch that because that's what she stated, yeah. So, but that's what I was gonna say.
Sure.
So first of all, just process point, you know, I did ask Christy to reach out to Mary to see if she could be available for this when you pulled it from the consent agenda. I would just ask out of courtesy to our consultants and staff that if people have substantive questions about written work, that they give them a heads up before the meeting. Because she's not here. Second, I will say Mary mentioned to me, she said, hey, I was thinking, because the DDA decision was kind of, you know, it was a split vote, that maybe what I do as editor is write an article to try to provide a balanced thing. She said, I don't think you should talk about it. I don't think Ryan should talk about it, but I'll draft something and then I'll run it by you and Ryan. And that is exactly what she did. So I just want to give that background because she was running it by somebody, you know, two people who had different opinions. So I want to thank Mary once again for her very good work. I would also say the motion, as always, includes some, you know, small editorial things if there's, you know, non-substantive changes. So we always approve it with some non-substantive changes. So I just want to give that background. And I think it's fine, and Mary's always open to input, but again, this is just not the great way to do it. So I've heard a motion by Jillian, I've heard a motion by John, I've heard a suggestion. I don't know if there's a specific motion on language, or if people maybe want to make a motion to generally ask the editor to revise this article generally in such a way to, you know, do A, B, or C. If maybe we could do that, like if there's trigger words for you, John, like ethical or something like that, like if you want to say certain areas, but then we don't have to wordsmith it right now.
Right, and I can reach out to Mary tomorrow.
Yeah. Could you do that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I'd be,
she's still the editor, because I had on page 6 at the top, wash the.
That's not what we're
conservation
talking about,
district. I
yeah.
know, but I had a few other scriveners things.
Yeah,
that
which-
was just kinda-
Which we all do that, like if there's other errors or things, but this sounds like Jillian, so John, it sounds like your concern is the clause around where it says ethical, and Jillian, your concern is around where?
but
That and
the
the
current
courts.
board of trustees deemed that the ethical thing to do. I prefer the board, some board members deem that the ethical thing, because that, I agree with John. That sounds like we all agreed and we all voted.
So maybe just a majority of the board.
I would,
The board speaks as one.
Yeah, I mean, it is accurate.
That's
But
my
no,
point.
we did not write. It was not in the resolution that we're doing this out
You
of
two,
ethics.
you two are talking about two different points.
Yeah, I don't disagree that the ethical thing is an editorial that maybe you don't need. But the vote of the board was to dissolve and stop.
Yeah,
This says, but the current board of trustees deemed that the ethical thing
right,
to do.
right. So what if you took out deemed that the ethical thing to do? But I agree with Mariah that the current board of trustees made the decision.
A majority did.
Well, the board votes as, you have one vote, as the board.
I agree.
Right, but I do think the point, but John, if your proposal is to say, you know, fine, but no, but I mean, I get the ethical, that sounds like a judgment call. But I do agree that, you know, it is helpful explanation when it says, because she already says dissolve, right? She already explains this. And maybe there's a way to explain it more, but what that means is to stop redirecting tax monies that taxpayers had voted to support parks, libraries, and schools. That is.
I think that's beyond the scope of the resolution.
And I actually think that is the TIF. That is the dissolution of the DDA and abolishing of the TIF plan. I mean, I really think that is like educational.
That would be, and the result of that was that.
Absolutely.
I just.
So like a dissolve.
Voted to dissolve the DDA because the purposes for which it was created have been accomplished. You might want to say consequently, those tax monies will be going to those, but.
Okay.
But I just wanted to.
Yeah.
More factual. with
I want to
respect to
comment.
What the resolution was.
I want to comment.
Trustee Brand?
I don't support any of these changes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
I want to hear more about why.
Why I don't support the changes? Because I trust our editor to write factual information, which I believe she has done. And I think it fairly represents what the board did.
some board members.
The board, when it's a majority of the board, it's the board. You have no problem saying what the board did in relationship to rejecting the compensation commission recommendation to double your salary. This is the same thing. It's the board.
Some board members rejected, but okay, and another thing, there's so John, you're gonna work with,
Well,
What
we
was the
haven't even
motion?
voted
What
on
was the
this.
motion?
I'm not supporting your motion. You're not gonna give an assignment for something that we haven't.
no, he
agreed
had a
to.
motion.
Well.
I thought you said you had.
I guess we're more than the discussion. I had a couple small edits, like on top of page 6, the by needs to
You
stay.
know,
These are just.
we generally have an
But with
agreement.
respect to
that-
this one. Yeah.
We
yeah.
generally have an agreement that if you have questions about agenda items, you present them to the scriber and it doesn't get presented at 11:45. It's just so.
We've gone through this before on other, because I
it's-
remember when I had a newsletter article and y'all ripped it apart.
And that was, Mary sat down with you, tried
No.
for hours to work with you on it ahead of the meeting.
Yeah, and today I was going to bring this up in the attorney meeting and I got distracted because of the road commission. So I am allowed to have an opinion, even though it may not be the same as yours. So I do not approve of this newsletter
You're one
article, and then there's something else that I also have an issue with. Kind of, but not really. I just want to know where it came from. But yeah, I will. So let's go ahead and vote on
But-
whatever.
And I would just remind the board that, any editorial suggestions, corrections, errors, our standard model motion allows us to just send those on. Mary always wants to know when there's errors. I always redline things, with little formatting things, but this is substantive, so I think it's worth the board talking about it with the editor. We haven't had that opportunity. So here we are. I think I agree that the purpose was accomplished. I do think it's important, that concept of stop redirecting the tax monies. I mean, that's explanatory. I mean, I gave that background to let you know, like Mary, once again, is beyond reproach and has been trying to do a very good job and get ahead of this stuff by having Ryan and I, who were on different sides of this, each review it.
And I'm curious why Ryan was not quoted in his opinion in this article.
Is that part of your motion or is that just an opinion?
So, I mean, I do think David Reed's quote, John says, Trustee David Reed noted that under Public Act 57, a DDA must dissolve once its goals are accomplished. And the DDA's goals, I think, she says that kind of through his quote, I think is where she was getting, and it can be said twice. No. Yeah. No. And that's fine. I'm just saying that concept is said. So in terms of moving forward, does the board want to assign somebody to chat with Mary about this and relay some of tonight's input, or does the board want to adopt this newsletter as is?
I want to adopt as is. I'm skeptical of assigning a person who wants to make changes. Or you can assign me and I'll
No.
decide what changes are. I just don't think it's
I
a
wouldn't mind
good,
if Clerk Flintoff does it. Would you, if she'd be willing to do that? Then I'll share mine with her.
Well, how about the two of you work with Mary then?
Okay.
I lost my agenda.
But what I want to relay is that, what I would relay is that the current Board of Trustees is the Board of Trustees. The vote represents the Board of Trustees. That there's feelings about the word ethical, that sounds kind of more judgy than maybe several members want. Is there anything else?
I'm curious as to where this block came from. I don't know what it's called in the publishing world.
Can we finish the DDA article?
Oh,
I don't have anything, the only,
thought we
the
did.
only
So
sentence.
you're concerned about ethical. You also said you were concerned about why Ryan wasn't quoted. When Mary had drafted this, Ryan reviewed it, and we've all had it for a week.
well, we haven't, or maybe you have had it for a week, but I haven't.
Oh.
And here, yeah, because it's Clerk Flintoff and Trustee Reed. And those two, but why weren't other board members?
can I ask to call the question on the motion on the table? We're veering off into other areas, simply opinions. It's not even in the motion.
Same as
Can we move this along, please?
And what is the motion?
Sorry. What is there a motion on the floor?
I-
That's been second, that has gotten support.
No. So why don't I mean, as we all know, we can each reach out to Mary with suggestions, editorial. I mean, what if we just take, I mean, I'm happy to talk to Mary about the ethical point, the point around the word ethical. I do agree, that's a fair description, but I appreciate that we don't have to use that word. Again, I just want to apologize to Mary Gillis on behalf of this Board of Trustees for what we're doing right now to her.
I absolutely agree.
It's really embarrassing.
Well, maybe you're embarrassed. However, it's embarrassing to me that this is a biased piece and that the board did not approve the dissolution based on ethics. That was an opinion by a board member. And, I just don't want to see this as another use of a weapon to push an agenda. I think if it's going to be fair, that it should be that, well, this is what some board members said, and this is what other board members said. Because even though we're a whole board, we were elected individually for our opinion, for our electors that voted us in.
Do
And
we have a motion on the table?
My motion is to adopt the model motion as presented.
what
Support.
is that my
Support.
motion again?
The motto motion as presented, moved by Flintoff and support by Yapel, is to approve the publication of the fall 2025 issue of the Township newsletter with the understanding that non-substantive changes or corrections will be added before it is sent to the printer. It's a motion by Flintoff, support by Yapel. I move to call the question.
Roll call vote, please.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed, Riser, Carrie,
No.
Yapel,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Grant.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, now is time for public comment. And there's nobody present unless Lieutenant Kratzenberg wants to. Okay. I don't know where my. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Somebody's there.
Thank you. I apologize, Rob.
cover her.
I can also help.
Yeah, thank you, John. Okay, first up is Rob Pattinson, followed by Mary Readings. Oh, and if that's Mary Gillis.
That's Mary Gillis.
That's hilarious.
It's not so hilarious.
Okay, you know what?
I support
I
that.
would like to, start with Mary Gillis. Excuse me, Rob. Or Mary Readings. Mary?
Hi, guys.
Oh,
Hello.
Mary, I didn't know that was you.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
the way
we stayed on this
It's
whole
me,
time just for this.
it won't let me change my name from other meetings, so sorry about that.
I'm so
How about if
sorry.
I say, but the current Board of Trustees decided to stop redirecting tax monies that taxpayers had voted to support parks, libraries, and schools.
I think that sounds great.
Sounds great.
Okay?
I voted to dissolve the DDA because the purposes for which it was created have been accomplished. Consequently, taxpayers, but I like a more factual description of what the resolution that they actually voted on, rather than that. But that's my take. This is a democracy. If I don't prevail, I don't prevail on that.
And we have already adopted the motto motion. I just want to apologize, Mary.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. I heard your apologies and they are well accepted. And then I wanted to respond to the complaint that I had only quoted from two trustees who had
Please.
who had been on the side that had prevailed, and that is why I chose those. They were, I thought, quotes that made educational points, and that was the way the decision went. So I didn't think it would be very helpful to describe in extreme detail the decision that failed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I went that way.
Thank you.
That makes a ton of sense.
Okay, thanks for letting me put in my 2 cents, and I really do appreciate how seriously you take the newsletter, and I do too.
We appreciate it. That's why we rehired you after the last supervisor forced you out. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mary.
Good night.
Next up, Rob Pattinson. Hi, Rob.
Hi, everyone. Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. First of all, thank you, Mary, for offering rational solutions. That was very well done and sincerely appreciated. The word ethical was such a trigger. For instance, we could also ask the question, was it ethical to give the DDA 34 days to respond to dissolving? We could ask, was it ethical to when the DDA responded with suggested changes to the paragraph and to some of the whereas statements, was it ethical to treat that as a rejection? And was it ethical to present a request, quote unquote, to the DDA that was in actuality disguised an ultimatum disguised as a request? So that's where the ethical trigger comes in. And thank you for offering rational solutions to that. Jess, at the beginning of the meeting in my opening comments, I wasn't talking about adding agenda items. I think you were clarifying that after the Wednesday publication. What I was talking about is that it's difficult to find the supporting documents that are added to the agenda packet after it's published. And of course, correspondence, it makes perfect sense to add those on a Tuesday because that's all in one place and we know where to find it. It's just when bits and pieces go into the rest of the agenda, that's where it's hard to find. Well done, Ryan, on the interest. Once again, you are a rock star when it comes to interest income in this township after decades of not having that. For Lieutenant,
Ratzenberger, correct.
thank you, Ryan. I was gonna ask for John's help. For Lieutenant Kratzenberger, racing on Huron River Drive is a big issue, as well as loud mufflers. Thank you, Kathleen, for getting to the core of the issue at the beginning of the TIF discussion, because what this board desperately needs is a TIF master plan before you make any decisions on any individual TIF proposals. And thank you for getting to that. Thank you, Jessica, for making similar points about that and supporting affordable housing that makes sense. And again, Scio Township is in desperate need of a TIF master plan, as Jillian said, as David Rowley told us 5 years ago now, 4 years ago now. And then I will remind the board once again, can't believe I'm saying this to this board, that Aurora sat there looking at all of you for 3 hours and 42 minutes before her item was called, and it took her all of 6 minutes. And please, please, please put staff and the fire department and all that kind of stuff at the beginning of the meeting so they can go home at a rational hour. And then a question for Aurora, hopefully we can get at the next meeting, is so now COLA has been removed from the raise process, or from the salary process. So what happens when the cost of living is at 7% and the raise is at 3%? Then that person misses out on 4% that they would otherwise get. So I think in this policy, we've got to have a presentation about what happens when COLA is more than the proposed raise. And thank you for the detailed discussions. That last one was very hard to listen to. It was a tempest in a teapot. And again, thank you, Mary, for rational solutions. Well done.
Okay, anyone else online?
Anybody else, please raise your Zoom hand. I see none.
Oh, good.
I have one response.
Okay.
I want to just briefly clarify, because I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding, particularly with our staff, Rob, that the COLA, the function of the COLA is replaced by the market-based increases. The market-based analysis effectively takes into account cost of living increases, because it asks, what does the market say about how much an organization needs to pay for position A, B, or C? So if actual cost of living goes up, the market increases will go up as well.
Thanks for
Okay,
that
so
clarification. Really appreciate that, Jess.
My apologies to the clerk. Now I move to adjourn.
Is there support? Support. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. 1 second. Oh, yeah, we did turn that off. And I will. Thanks, everybody.